Oh,
Where would you cut?
you make your own budget.
Where would you cut in hell? There's a card game like that.
Is it Cards Against Humanity or what?
Actually, the girls got a card put in that, like they got it in a frame and everything. They came and they got it. So now every time a new version of Cards Against Humanity comes out for the kids, you know, the kid version, they'll get a new copy.
6 o'clock, the committee of the whole meeting will come to order. Let it be noted, all members are present. Alderman Tenario, who is excused. First order of business is approval of minutes of July 13th.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item D2, presentation regarding budget challenges. I'll turn it over to our city administrator, Rebecca.
I believe the mayor wants
mayor?
to make
Okay.
a comment.
Hey,
first. You want
thanks.
to come?
No, I'll stand because I'm going to be incredibly brief. We've all been here before, and every year I kind of lay out the struggles and the challenges in this budget for all the reasons we talk about repeatedly. And it's just basically this year it's essentially worse than what we're usually struggling with. So I'm going to let Rebecca do the presentation, kind of outline why we're where we at and what we can do. And as always, we're open to ideas, suggestions, thoughts from everybody. But yeah, it's going to be a rough rest of this year. So now that I've made everybody happy, sit and let things roll. Thank you.
Thanks. Rebecca Grill, I'm the city administrator, and I'm here with Jason Kazmarek, he's our finance director. So about a month ago, Jason came to me to let me know that there was probably going to be a big problem with our levy limits this year as far as changes or challenges. And we talked about, because we usually are dealing with expenditure restraint challenges, and we had the information verified with Ellers, and I just wanted to go through kind of the total picture of all of our challenges first. Most of you have heard this before, but I think it's important to see everything together, and then talk about the levy limits and expenditure restraint, and then, like the mayor said, what we could possibly do this year. So there are going to be a lot of, I think, employees watching this, so it'll be repeated for you, but it might be newer for some of them. So please bear with me if you've heard it like 27 times or something. So our 2021 general fund budget was a little over $64 million. That went up 1.35 million, and then the tax levy is 60% of our general fund budget. That was about $38 million, which was an increase of almost 1.2 million from 2020. The general fund is our primary operating fund. Majority of departments' budget comes from here. This is just for context when we get into explaining a little bit more of the different components of the budget. So we have revenues that comes from a variety of sources. The majority is the tax levy, 60%. Then we have 20% that comes from intergovernmental, the state aid, transportation aid, things like that. Then we have charges for services, transfers, penalties and forfeitures, miscellaneous other taxes, and license permits and fees. So all of those are just a little piece of the pie. The tax levy is the majority of our revenue. Want to add something?
Yeah, so even though intergovernmental is, a smaller piece compared to taxes, just keep in mind that's still a pretty significant chunk of the revenue that the city does get every year from the state. Most of that is from the state.
It's our expenditure restraint money too, right?
Correct.
Were special assessments in there?
Special assessments are not part of the general fund.
Fund, right.
Special assessments go into our capital projects fund.
Okay, so that's completely outside of this.
Yes.
Right. So here's just a little more breakdown of the revenues. We have the real estate and personal property, and then the other taxes are the mobile home, the room tax, pilot. This year and last year, room tax went down significantly. A little more about the grants and aids, intergovernmental, the shared revenues, expenditure restraint, municipal service payment. We get that from the state fair, and then we have contracts with them, and then the transportation and highway aids and various other grants and aids. Permits and licensing, you're familiar with the number of permits and licensing we have here. So any increases for these fees are helpful to the revenue side, but as you can see, that's just 3% of the portion of the revenues. Penalties and forfeitures, what we get for courts and parking violation, court fines is 3%, and then other miscellaneous is 12%. Now, the investment income, I believe that's down significantly this year. Did you, like $1 million, was it?
Well, for 2021, we had a budget of $1 million. And I estimate that will probably come in closer to $200,000 for 2021. So that's something that I have to take a look at yet to see where the budget's going to end up overall. But the market tanked, and obviously we can't budget $1 million again for 2022. So that's also going to be a bit of a hit to our general fund budget.
Here's a little visual on where does our money go with the general fund budget. The majority of it goes to public safety,
Probably not this back.
and then engineering and public works, general government, and health, culture, and recreation. Now, those are broken down. These are the departments that you can see. There's a lot of us under the general government. Public safety does include BINs and planning and zoning, economic development. However, the police and fire department make up 53% of that 56%. Then engineering and public works, self-explanatory, and the health department, senior center, and the library are coming at 7% with health, culture, and recreation. Any questions on this? Now, these are some of the things that are not in the general fund, just for context. So, mentioned the capital projects already. Then we have tourism commission and debt service, and then we have a variety of enterprise funds, and then our health insurance fund and our liability internal service funds. So none of these have anything to do with the challenge right now. They're part of other challenges, but as I mentioned a variety of different times in the mayor, we talk about the challenges we have, and the ones that are specific to the city are personnel cost, facility repairs and maintenance, the street lights, our aging infrastructure, and then our taxpayer financial limitations. And I just wanted to walk through and break down these challenges a little bit more for people to understand why they are such large challenges. The personnel is almost 86% of our budget. So personnel means salaries and benefits of the employees here. So when you're in a crunch, it's pretty challenging to cut a lot of things and not positions or people when only 14% is not allocated to them. We have 664 positions total. 104 of those are non-benefit, like election workers, interns, and our provisionals that work in the summer, and temporary employees. We do have 560 benefited position. We went down from 2020 by 13 when we did the reduction in workforce program. here's just another visual with actual dollar amounts for the salaries and benefits. So in 2020, it was 34.4 million, and then it went up to 35 million, up about a little over 600,000. Our health and dental for our active employees, almost 9.7, and then almost 9.8 in 2021. And then the retiree benefits went up. It looks like a larger portion, but it's a smaller original amount. So the salary increases were offset by the reduction of the employees that we that went through last year, but the increases were due to the contracts we have for the police department and fire department employees. You're familiar with our streetlight conversion project. I don't want to say too much about it because I get confused about the high voltage, low voltage thing. But generally speaking, we need to spend between $40 and $60 million to convert our streetlights before we don't have any inventory left for the kind of streetlights that we have. So this needs to be occurring in the next few years. You're familiar with approving some of these projects already, but so this is a $40 or $60 million cost. Then we have the facility study that was completed in 2018. We need to deal with $60 million in maintenance and repairs. The 30-year cost of that, each year it goes up 3% inflation, so it could potentially go up to $92 million the more we put things off. This is some of the reason been talking about different options for facilities in lieu of the repairs and maintenance. Aging infrastructure, our streets, we have almost 175 miles of them. We're on a 70-year replacement cycle. The water mains, about 216 miles, and then we're on a 159-year replacement cycle for them. And the sanitary sewer mains, we have a little over 72 miles, and the replacement cycle is 81.4 years. The miles paved per year, Pete is not here today, I don't believe, but we've been going down each year, and we're way under what is preferred to have, but we're down to about 2 miles per year that we're paving, just due to a variety of different reasons, a lot of them fiscal. And then we have this is a demographics of our community. I just wanted to demonstrate the financial limitation of some of our residents here. We have the population estimate from the last census is a little less than it was. I think we lost like 80 some people. But we have 52% owner occupied, so that means 48% rental units, and then the median value is about $146,000. The median household income of 2019 was about $52,000. I'm sure that the number for 2020 and 2021 will be tremendously skewed just because of all the layoffs and everything with COVID-19. Before COVID-19, there were 12% persons in poverty and 15% people over 65 who were generally on a fixed income. So this is just an important consideration when you're talking about raising taxes or borrowing or increasing things. I was just good to remember that context. So those were the city challenges. Now that we have the state imposed limitations, usually we're talking about expenditure restraint program. We'll be talking about both of them today, but a little bit more about levy limits than normal. So expenditure restraint program, you're all pretty familiar. The state gives us aid if we limit growth in our spending, and then it's calculated by it can't exceed inflation plus an adjustment based on the growth in our property values. We get about $1.5 million per year. This is one of the intergovernmental revenues we receive. The average expenditure restraint program limit in the last 7 years was 2.1%. In 2016, we had one of the lowest at $400,000. If you remember, those of you that were here at that time, we had a ability to change our health insurance program in lieu of laying off people. It wasn't necessarily the most popular thing with the staff, but we were able to maintain the same number of staff members by the vast amount of savings we had with changing that. The history of the expenditure restraint program, it was established in 1990 due to the way the state aid was determined. Aid was determined based on how much you spent, so it really encouraged people to spend more because then you would get more aid. So that was, the state wanted to put an end to that, so they put the ERP in place. Then in 1994, you had to have a tax rate of 5 mils or more, and then it was just changed to the general fund, and the funding was set at $42 million for the program for 240 municipalities. In 2003, 9 years later, the funding was changed to $58 million, but the number of municipalities participating is 319. Since 2003, that funding has remained the same. So for the last 17 years, the funding has been the same. Any questions on expenditure restraint?
So just to point out here that what we just went through, that's the state imposed expenditure limit that we have. Now we're getting into the state imposed levy revenue limit.
So it's the other side of the book.
It's the carrot and the stick.
Yeah.
The expenditure restraint program is the carrot, the incentive that you will give you more money if you keep your expenditures down. But then if you go further, then there's the stick, and that's the levy limit.
Right.
On the ERP, can you go back one slide? So fundings remain at the 2003 level, so there's still only 58 million dished out every year. Has the number of towns, villages changed also? Has that continued to go up?
I didn't find any information on that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Do you
And there's
know?
no inflation adjustment?
There hasn't been.
There hasn't been. So
And
it's really,
you know,
it's really moved a long way backwards for us. Yeah.
right.
Okay.
I think it's important to know because a lot of people think that a lot of the decisions about finances are made at the local level where you are making them. However, we're being limited by the state level a lot, and there has to be a greater understanding of that by the residents and employees because we're just coming to the end. So. Levy limits, as Jason said, that's kind of the other side. They prohibit us from increasing the base levy by more than the percent change of the net new construction. Net new construction, includes the TID activity, and the value is compared to the equalized value to calculate a percentage change. If you exceed the limit, it's a dollar for dollar loss. So the shared revenue we would get from the state, if we exceed the limit, they would take that much away from us. So we'd have to
A real stick.
it's $10 million.
We're almost 10 million a year in state aid, so that would be a huge hit to just say, we don't want that.
So the history of the levy limits, they came a little bit after the expenditure restraint program. They were enacted in 2005 for 2006. It was a way to slow the property tax increases. They were linked to the net new construction, as I stated before, but there was a floor of 2%. So you were, even if your net new construction was 0.01, you would still be able to go up at least at 2%, the maximum. In 2006 to 2010, the floor varied between the 2% and 3.86%. So this allows people, or municipalities like ours, where we are fully developed or slow growth, we were protected at that time. So the floor was either 2% or 3.86. So we could always probably spend more because our net new construction was not equal to these values. Probably wouldn't go back that far. In 2011, they changed the law, so any increase was limited to the property values of net new construction, but the floor was lowered to 0. So municipalities like us and other slow growth communities lost the protection of minimum increases at that point. And Jason pointed out to me earlier today, at least the floor is 0 because some people have negative.
Negative, yeah. Who's worse off than we are?
Actually, quite a few communities in Milwaukee County.
Yeah. Jason put this together. I mean, Cudahy, Hales Corners. St. Francis actually, I don't know why, but they went up 5.8%. That I don't know what they built there.
I think Hales Corners still has cornfields, doesn't it? Where aren't they
West
building?
Milwaukee is 0.2, Shorewood's 0.2, Greendale's 0.2, West Allis is 0.8. So we'll get into that and what that means. So a little bit more on the levy limits versus the expenditure restraint. We've typically been constrained by the ERP. Last 7 years, we've been allowed to increase the budget about 2.1%. As I mentioned before, in 2016, we had a very low year, so that's when the change to the health plan was done. The expenditure restraint applies to 100% of the budget, the general fund budget, while the levy limits just apply to that 60% because it's the portion of our revenues. They have averaged 0.7 over the past 7 years. And in next year, our constraint will be the levy limit and not the expenditure restraint. Then there's an obvious question. If the 7-year average of the levy limits was 0.7% and the ERP was 2.1, why weren't we constrained by the levy limits over the past few years? You are able to do certain adjustments to your levy limits, and one of those is a debt service adjustment. That has been used by the city to take advantage of the higher expenditure restraint program limit.
So in years past, the city did not take advantage of that particular adjustment, and over the past few years has slowly started to use more and more and more of that until we finally came to our limit. We can't use that adjustment anymore.
The purpose of the adjustment was to allow municipalities to cover their debt payments. And then, as Jason mentioned, we've been aggressively using it to offset the levy limit since 2016. And then the effect of that is that we don't have any of that capacity left in 2022. So what does this all mean? For the 2022 budget, the increase to our general fund, we're estimating the increase to be a limit of $350,000. So at this time, based on current requests, we have to cut $1.7 million, the gap between the allowable levy increase and the 2022 budget request. Now, you probably, in the past few years, we have closed those gaps, but we've done a lot of cutting in the budgets already, so there's not a lot to reduce any longer in that 14%. And even we've done some reductions of staff through attrition and combining positions and things like that. So that's how we've been able to work through the last few years. And prior to my belief with the not using the debt capacity earlier than that, and the ability to remain under that, is when Act 10 went through, the city gradually increased the employees' contributions to the healthcare, so that helped each year offset that, and that ended, I think, right before I got here. So, and just a little more information. We have the American Rescue Plan Act that the city is getting. Yes, we're getting $30 million. Why can't we just use that? So there's limits on the ARPA funding. There's ineligible uses are general infrastructure other than the water, sewer storm, and broadband. So you can only use it for water, sewer, storm, and broadband. You cannot use it for debt payments or insurance. Can't use it for legal settlements or judgments, deposits to pension funds, premium pay for certain premium pay amounts for employees, and operating costs except as they relate to COVID-19 impacts. If you fail to comply with the requirements, you would possibly lose the future allocation. So we're getting 50% of the money this year, and then we'll get 50% next year. But if we do something, spend it in the wrong way, we won't get that second part. And I believe also, if we even got the second part at some point in the future, when they get around to reviewing these, we would have to pay back whatever misuse of the funds were. So it's important that we are not using these for regular operating costs. Do you have anything?
Yeah, and we've gone over this in the past as well, but you wouldn't want to take this one-time money and fill an operating annual budget hole. All it does is create a bigger problem in the next year than you can even handle.
So in other words, we've got more money than we can spend more, right?
That's what people think.
That's the bottom line, right? So the $20 million, I mean, cannot be used on certain services, right, within our structure, is that correct? Mm-hmm. So where the money could be used at? I mean, a little bit at a time, how can it be?
We brought that before the council, I believe, in June, and then we talked a little bit about using it for the water and sewer infrastructure. I believe in July, it was approved to use it for this year's or next year's projects for water and sewer. So we're still working through other things, so that'll be coming, but we know we can't use it on the operating budget.
Thank you.
And then I just wanted to put this slide in here because a lot of times I get questions from people. They're more like snarky comments.
Yeah, for sure.
But not everything is funded by the general fund budget. As I explained before, that we have other funds. One of the things is the Tourism Commission. We get part of the room tax that we collect has to go to tourism promotion and tourism development. So a lot of the recent activities that we've spent this on is the marketing and our branding and city gateway signs and things like that. So as hotels rent more rooms, we'll be able to spend more on those types of things. So just so people have an understanding of, you're talking about, we don't have any money, but you're putting a new sign up. It's probably not from the same pot.
And that is restricted for that. We don't have a choice. We have to use it on tourism promotion and tourism development.
And then murals, that's another question I've gotten. Why are we spending money on murals when we don't have money? Well, that's funding from outside source, the First Ring Industrial Redevelopment Enterprise. It's a community development entity, so it's run through our Economic Development Department, and we get funding to do these types of activities, so that we have the West Allis Living Streets program. So I believe tomorrow voting on 3 more murals. So, but that is outside the operating budget. Then the last one is more policy decision. So sometimes you do spend money in the general fund budget on things that people might not think are the right way to spend money, but doing things like adding parks or doing streetscaping and things, that is more of a long play for economic development and things like that. So the prioritization of those projects changes, but it is important sometimes, but people don't always understand that either. So did you have anything? All right. Because I like to make lists, we have some bullet points here. So the next steps, we're working on putting together the budget, the mayor's recommended budget for the council. Be meeting with departments to talk about additional opportunities for reallocation of their staff or staffing adjustments, service delivery charges, and administrative cost recovery. I already mentioned about the fact if we increase our license and permit fees, even if we would do it 100%, it would still be limited. Every little bit helps. However, it's not going to close our $1.7 million gap, and it won't close it each year, because each year we're going to have probably a bigger gap. We did have the structural deficit committee recommendations that was brought to the council, and it's been delayed in being brought to the standing committees by myself. So we put together a report. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just taking the blame of why it wasn't done earlier. We'll be bringing it back to each committee at the next council meeting, so we could have some discussions at your different standing committees on options for that. And then just educating people on the budget challenges and limitations. It's important for people to understand that this is something they might want to contact their state legislators on regarding, especially if they don't like the changes in service delivery and things like that. The long term, work with other municipalities to create joint service delivery models. We talk a lot about intergovernmental cooperation and those type of agreements. I think there's a lot of potential for opportunity there with these other municipalities that have just as low as or lower increases. They're looking for some abilities to do that, and we do have a lot of services that we can help other municipalities out with, but it would help alleviate some of our levy constraints. We're also talking about the city buildings and what next steps are those going to be, working to consolidate them possibly so we don't have as much repairs and maintenance, sharing employees, and then also returning the parcels to the tax base. And we also need to work with the league and other municipalities to educate the public on how the way that our property tax model is set up, it's not sustainable, especially for a municipality that's fully developed here. Even if our development department, I don't know how many millions of dollars of development we'd have to do it.
I didn't do the math because it's not going to be there, but yeah, so just to talk about this last bullet point here and just reiterate how unsustainable this is. We've averaged net new construction at 0.7% over the last 7 years. The last couple of years have been a little bit higher, but if you look prior to that, it drops to only 0.5%. It's just, you know, and we're not the only municipality that's dealing with this. Every municipality that's fully built is struggling as well. If you look at Milwaukee County, the net new construction numbers are low. If you ignore like Oak Creek, who has land to develop yet, and yes, you know, as a municipality, we want to deliver a good level of service, and we want to be efficient and not have any wasteful spending. But you can only do that to a certain point, and 0.5% or less or something like that every year just isn't going to work in the long run. So at some point, something has to change because there's only so many things that are responsible to cut.
Any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So, Rebecca, the fact stands, so we need to reduce $1.7 million, right?
For 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
See, you know, I mean, I don't like to hit the grindstone like 20 some years ago about the fact that, I mean, I always think ahead of time, you know. At that time, I mean, I know it's repeating something that probably some people don't want to hear about it, but back then in West Milwaukee, when they fund their fire department, I mean, at that time, there was over 1.6 million the city of West Allis would gain by us taking over the fire department. Instead of Milwaukee, we're smart enough to take over the fire department service. But we, at that time, I mean, I like to say the name, former Chief Barris, he was totally against that. We cannot do that. It's not really something that we have to follow, you know. I mean, we don't want to get involved with other communities. But the fact what I'm trying to say is, at that time, by retaining few firefighters and putting some of the fire department's personnel that we had, I think we would have been able to do that. So what I'm talking about now, 1.7 million, well, maybe today, maybe we would have been able to use that money. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking ahead of time, the future of a government. How can you sustain services? So there was an opportunity to extend ourselves at that time, but stubbornness, be like, well, I mean, I don't want to get something like that. That's more of a political move, and that was totally wrong. I always felt strong that way. That's why I like to bring this forward. That was totally wrong, a big mistake, and not from the council, but the council, of course, went along with that, but because the head of department says, well, this is a wrong thing for the city to do. It was a big mistake. So we're talking about right now about intergovernmental service to get involved with other communities. I think it's not a bad idea. I think that's a good thought to follow, because at that time it was not done. Maybe today we could have been better off if it was done then, you know, in West Milwaukee. We do provide some service for West Milwaukee right now, but the fact is, sometimes you have to have an open mind. That's why maybe we are in this position now, you know, 1.7 million in a hole, so which we have to kind of look into it, see what we can do about it. Thank you.
Any questions from any members of the council?
Mr. Chair, has the league been lobbying, changed the funding level for the cities? It's been 17 years. I would think they would be lobbying for the cities.
Mayor?
Short answer, yes. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in Madison and how many lobby days the league has had and how many think tanks they have brought in from various nonpartisan, nonprofit groups and studied from universities. on how antiquated our financial system is. We've had state senators at our events we've talked to them about. We've had Robin Voss at our events that we've talked to them about. We've had Democratic leadership at our meetings and conferences that we've talked to them about it. We have continuously stressed that being so continuously dependent on the property tax is not, is just not continual. It's not able to continue like that. And anytime you bring up something to diversify that funding source, whether it's raising, you look at our sales tax in Wisconsin compared to every Midwestern neighbor, we're at least 1%, sometimes 3% and more lower in Wisconsin than in Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, which we don't technically border, but they're a neighbor. And it's just all falling on deaf ears. They listen to us, they nod, they smile, and then they go back to Madison, and I think on that drive they forget everything we just told them. It's pathetic. I mean, it's just beyond frustrating, and even our own representation is I'm getting very fed up with the lip service, and this is not a partisan thing. This is on both sides of the aisle where our funding structure is not sustainable. And the league sends out action alerts. I think I've been talking recently with league leadership about presenting this differently, because a lot of times when you try to talk to your residents about government finance, it's not, they just want to know what their tax bill is going to be.
Right.
But when you hear the arguments about people saying in Arizona they only pay $2,000 a year on property taxes on a property that's just as big as my house on 98th Street. But then you look at how much it costs you in Arizona to register your car. You look at how much the sales tax in Arizona is. And granted, Arizona's got a pretty booming tourism industry with minor league baseball and, the mountains and deserts and things. But, yeah, I'm just to answer your question. I'm sorry for rambling on, Mr. Chair, but yes, we have been lobbying for years, and we're getting nowhere. I mean, certain representatives will try certain things, and then for whatever reason, whether they say it's their party's leadership, won't let it progress or won't let it advance within their caucus. But yes, we've been lobbying. We have just not been getting success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I want to give the mayor a question. Yeah, I agree with you, because that's why a lot of Illinois people, they go up north there, because it's cheaper for them to come to Wisconsin, That's my question, That's cheaper for them to come to Wisconsin.
Thank you for the presentation and the information, as bad as it is. We'll move on to item 3. Do we need the closed session for this item? Okay. Item 3 is a discussion regarding the lease between City of West Allis, West Allis Memorial Hospital Incorporated, and Aurora Healthcare. And for this item, the Committee of the Whole may convene in closed session pursuant to provisions of the Wisconsin Statute, Section 19.85, parent 1, parent E, for the purpose of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties or the investing of public funds. The Committee of the Whole may reconvene in closed session, excuse me, after completion of the closed session to consider the balance of the agenda. Is there a motion to go into
So
closed
moved,
session?
Mr. Chair.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Alderman Stefanski? Vote aye or
Oh, aye.
Alderman Weigel?
Aye.
Alderman Roth? Alderman Haas?
Aye.
Alderman Tenorio?
Aye.
Alderwoman Reinke?
Aye.
Chair
Aye.
votes aye.
Aye.
Alderman Vitale?
Aye.
Alderwoman
Aye.
Keane and Alderwoman Grisham. Okay, thank you. It's unanimous. We are in closed session.
Did you want to
Yeah.
talk?
Yeah. Oh, for the license, yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to call the September 7th meeting of the Common Council to order. I am going to ask our clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Here.
Vitale.
Here.
Weigel.
Here.
Grisham. Here. Haas.
Here.
Keen. Here. Lysick.
Here.
Ranky.
Here,
Rote.
Here.
Stefanski.
Here.
10 present.
We have a quorum. Our pledge tonight is going to be led by Alderman Tenorio, and at the conclusion of that pledge, I'm going to ask for a moment of silence for the 13 U.S. servicemen and women that lost their lives a few weeks ago in Kabul. Thank you. Moving on to item D, we have 5 public hearings this evening, which we will go through. I am going to ask the clerk to read public hearing number 1.
Ordinance to convert site plan improvements sureties from mandatory to optional.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first hearing does away or makes it optional, a condition of approval that frequently the Plan Commission imposes upon business or developers proposing site improvements. And it's typically one more step that's needed before getting a building permit. So the idea of this is that it really hasn't been used effectively over the years, or really for that matter at all. So with some of the larger projects that we have, for instance, like our 6 Points Farmers Market area, 68th and Mitchell, it works pretty well. But for smaller business, smaller and medium-sized business, it's really just another barrier to getting into business, to getting that building permit to put your addition on and what have you. So we would like to make this an option for our Planning Commission and be that as may, the Common Council to impose if you so feel inclined. Otherwise, it would not be necessary or required. The Planning Commission has actually recommended approval. The change is really just changing a shall to a may within the ordinance. So it's a fairly simple change, the effects of which I think would serve the community well, especially in terms of getting a permit sooner without with one less condition of approval.
That concludes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the Common Council on public hearing number 1? Seeing none, are there any questions from the members of the audience on public hearing number 1? Okay, seeing none, we will close our first public hearing, and I will ask the clerk to read public hearing number 2.
Ordinance to amend the definition of a medical service facility and create a definition and regulations for narcotic treatment service facility.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mayor. This ordinance has 2 parts to it. Currently, medical service facilities are allowed within the C3, C4, and M zoning districts, and manufacturing zoning districts. What this ordinance does is first to change the definition of what a medical service facility is, and then to define what our narcotic treatment facility is, and then to require that the narcotic treatment facilities are allowed in the C4 and M districts, whereas right now the medical treatment facilities as defined are from C3 through the M districts. So again, the medical, I'll just read this, there's a lot of words here, but the key part here, I guess, is to look at is this: the medical service facility definition is being redefined to an outpatient facility which provides blood or plasma donation services, kidney dialysis, birth center services, or treatment of sexually transmitted diseases. So it's taking out the treatment of alcoholism, chemical substance abuse. And the new definition of narcotic treatment service facility is going to be a facility that exclusively provides an opioid treatment system that includes a physician who administers or dispenses a narcotic drug to a narcotic addict, or treatment for detoxification, treatment with a comprehensive range of medical and rehab services. And then Part 2 is approved by the state methadone authority and designated by the federal government's regulatory authority. And then Part 3 is registered with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Admin to a narcotic drug treatment for a narcotic addiction. So this is basically adopting the state's definition of a narcotic treatment service and then introducing it within our zoning ordinance within the C4 and M districts. Furthermore, as a permitted use, it's going to instill or impose a separation clause or a buffer between residential parcels or parcels with a school or a park or other narcotic treatment facilities. So that in that buffer, we started out initially with the draft of this with a 1,000-foot buffer. And I'll get into how that looks and the different options we looked at in terms of separation distances in a bit. But this, just for context here, is the overall C4 zoning district area in red, and then the M zoning districts, the manufacturing zoning districts in purple. So these would be the areas where narcotic treatment facilities would be allowed, notwithstanding the separation that we're going to get into separately here in a slide or two. So just to give you some idea of context, the existing C3 districts where medical service facilities are currently allowed is about 350 acres of the city. With this ordinance, places like that offer methadone or Suboxone as a standalone facility could currently be located in that C3 district. But with this ordinance, it would take them out of that district and then put them into the C4 or the M district. So there's a supply of about 280 acres of C4 and then another 1,100 acres of M districts, M1 or M2. And then the little blue triangles that you see there are schools, and then the existing facilities that I know of are, I guess, are Highway 100 National, and then there's another one on Theo Trecker on the northwest side of the city. So just taking a look at imposing a separation clause now from other residential areas, from other facilities, from schools and parks, if we impose a 1,000-foot buffer, there's very few parcels that would be eligible. This happens to be our West Allis Fire Station. And there are some also areas on the fringe, but these fringe areas, you have to keep in mind that while it would be 1,000 feet from other residential within our city, across the border, just north of 94, Wauwatosa has residential. So that 1,000-foot buffer here, this eligible area shown here in purple, isn't necessarily eligible when you consider the context of Wauwatosa. So the 1,000-foot really isn't a reasonable distance to impose with this ordinance. Taking a look at the 750-foot buffer, sort of the same thing. A few more properties start to pop up here. A little bit of C4, some partial properties. Again, not reasonable. 500-foot starts to become a little bit more reasonable, but really not a lot of commercial areas within the city. Some, I guess, on the fringes again, but one has to be cognizant of surrounding communities and where residential is located. What staff is recommending is a 250-foot separation buffer. This opens up really some additional manufacturing properties on the northwest corner of the city, within sort of the west central portion of the city within our manufacturing districts there. And then also, some properties within the C4 regional commercial district, the Highway 100 national area, as well as a little bit on the eastern fringe. So it becomes more reasonable. Again, with this, the purpose of this ordinance is to take, the narcotic treatment facilities out of C3, then they go into C4 and the M districts, and then with a 250-foot buffer from parks, schools, residential, and other similar narcotic treatment facilities. So Planning Commission has recommended approval back on August 22nd, and we have received no objections to date. One point I didn't mention, but it would here, I guess, is that this ordinance will not affect establishments like Rogers Hospital or Granite Hills Hospital on 68th and Mitchell. Those are considered hospitals, and they would be exempt from this ordinance. This is really based on just standalone facilities, and that's how this ordinance would work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the Common Council on public hearing number 2?
Mayor Devine?
Alderman Weigel?
Steve, just a couple quick things. So this, of course, doesn't affect existing locations that are already in operation.
You're correct. Good
And I assume that you contacted the city attorney's office to talk about the reasonableness of this distance and the restrictions, so we're not going to find a court challenge on it, hopefully, and...
Correct, right, yeah. We came up, I mean, we initially started at 1,000 feet, and then after, putting it into the geographic information system, it started to become pretty evident, and
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, are there any questions from the members of the audience on public hearing number 2? Okay, seeing none, we will close our second public hearing, and I will ask the clerk to read public hearing number 3.
Resolution relative to determination of an application for a special use permit for a proposed daycare to be located at 11112 West National Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. This property is within a multi-tenant commercial center on 111th and National Avenue, the former location of a restaurant, I believe a Vietnamese pho restaurant. And the tenant, who has been employed with daycare facilities throughout her career, is now interested in starting her own business and has found this location and is very excited to get into business and start up a daycare facility. Daycare facilities within the C4 district are considered special uses, so that's the purpose of our hearing tonight. So the former restaurant, they will be serving children from 6 weeks of age to 12 years. They have a capacity of 90 children and about 15 staff is estimated. The opening date, they're hoping this fall, November 1st, and then the hours of operation is indicated, but basically the peak hours being, your first shift and then your second shift. But they would also have some weekend hours from 8 to 4 p.m. The overall site plan, they are proposing about 5,700 square feet of area, which is actually a little bit larger than that restaurant, so it's actually going to expand into another tenant space just north of here. And they are proposing 2 play areas. There's an old landscaped area out in front here, which once served as an outdoor dining area, which will be converted to a small play area for the younger kids, and then the older kids will be playing on the west side of the building. You'll notice the parking configuration to the west here. One of Planning Commission's recommendations was to eliminate these parking stalls here along the west side to prevent any kind of turning movements in close proximity to the outdoor play area. So that will be done. And there's also additionally going to be landscaping around the perimeter of the play areas, along with a barrier. They're looking at some, I guess, decorative rocks or boulders around that, along with some perennial landscaping around the perimeter. Just some site images, aerial views, and ground views here of the future play area on the bottom. These parking stalls here would be eliminated, and then I guess just the existing site has some things that staff is working with the ownership as well as the tenant on. There are some refuse areas, refuse containers, behind the building, which need some freshening up, and those will be replaced. The exterior of the building is going to be repainted, and I guess the lighting, there's some neon lighting above along the roof line here that's going to be removed and then just not replaced. New signage will also be installed on the building. So the Planning Commission had taken this up on August 22nd and has recommended approval. We've received no objections to date.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council on public hearing number 3?
Mayor Devine.
Alderperson Grisham?
Steve, there's been a bit of turnover in that strip mall, if I'm thinking the right location. And this would be a question, are there any bars, liquor stores within that area?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I know we have a couple restaurants within this facility, a bakery, like a grocery store, a Home Depot across the street, fast food restaurants. I think the nearest liquor store may be Highway 100 in Oklahoma.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the audience on public hearing number 3? Okay. Seeing none, we will close our third public hearing, and I will ask the clerk to read public hearing number 4.
Resolution relative to determination of an application for a special use amendment for a proposed kitchen addition to the bake sale, an existing cafe located at 6923 West Beecher Street.
Thank you. Mr. Scher?
Thanks, Mayor. The bake sale, their philosophy up to this point, they were in business, they started business earlier this spring, converted an old office or small little office to a bakery. Their motto has basically been to bring all the best bakery from all over the metro area to this location and then sell it at retail. The purpose of this hearing tonight is that they would like to actually put an addition on the building, which would serve as a kitchen as well as storage for prep area and production. So actually being able to produce food, some of their own best, as well as sell the best. So the existing building is about 900 square feet. The addition is 1,700 square feet. It's zoned C2 neighborhood commercial. Food production limited is considered a special use within this area. This is just behind the building where the addition will take place, and I'll show you a site plan of that next, but this is the general location. Beecher Street is here on the north side, an alley on the east, and then we have 70th Street to the west. That's what it used to look like, and then this is the new look here. A small amount of outdoor dining in the front, new awnings, new windows. It's been repainted, so it's a fresh-looking new building. So the hours of operation are really going to remain unchanged from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. They do have some limited amount of seating within the building, 2 outside, and then the kitchen area is really just going to be to support the addition of production. Just a floor plan view showing the existing area up on the top, the darker blue, and then the proposed addition behind. The total area of the building will be 2,300 square feet once the addition is built. And there are basically the cooler behind the building now. This is the existing site plan on the left. This is the proposed on the right. There are about 4 parking stalls behind the building now. There's also a cooler behind the building. Those would be encompassed by the new addition, as would the shed. They are asking for a variance on for Common Council to vary the setback on the west side of the building. It does meet all other setbacks. The parking spaces are also going to be reduced below what's typically required by our current zoning ordinance. As required now, there's 7 required, and I guess with the new addition, 7 would be required and 1 would be provided on site back in this area here. So that setback I was talking about will be on the west side of the building, generally right here. The zoning ordinance, because this is a commercial property, the property to the west is also zoned commercial, but used as a single-family residence. And then what the zoning ordinance says for the C2 district is that if you have a residential use next door, or the side yard setback should be 10 feet. So they are asking for council to vary that. There is this is just a picture of the existing look. So here's the existing building, and then the fence, an existing fence for the residence. That fence is about 6 feet tall, and then that new building addition would be, within 2.5 feet of this fence. It will be masonry construction, painted to match the building. It shouldn't be an eyesore. We think it's going to be, a nice look to the building. So we haven't heard any complaints to date from that next door neighbor. These are just some images of the exterior of the building. The existing here on the right, and then the new addition on the back. This is facing the alley, and then this is facing the west side. With the, I guess over the top of the fence, what the neighbor would see would be right up here. and then behind the very south elevation, looking back towards Beecher. The Plan Commission has recommended approval. We have sent out notice to properties within 200 feet. No objections have been received to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on public hearing number 4 from the council?
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Weigel.
Steve, in as much as this is in our district, I'm not one to raise the, we're running on a parking issue, but I can tell you that Mr. Lutz's business has been very successful, and we have been getting a little pushback from neighbors on parking. But that's not going to be a deal breaker for me. My question is, baking only? Some bakeries have deep fryers for making donuts, and I think an exhaust fan blowing deep fryer into that neighborhood. I don't see the applicant here tonight, I don't think. Were there discussions about that?
No, but I mean, there would be, likely be a hood within the building. So,
Well,
I mean, if it is-
a hood in a bakery, I think people
Yeah.
love the smell of fresh
Yeah.
bread or cookies
Yeah.
or
So there will,
or
I mean, no doubt,
cupcakes.
be an exhaust, fan. And we can work with Mr. Lutz perhaps on, which way that should be directed. If it
Yep.
is coming out of the building, ideally,
Straight up, yeah.
and away from residences as far as possible. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, are there any questions from the members of the audience on this public hearing? Okay, that'll close up public hearing number 4, and I will ask our clerk to read our final public hearing number 5.
Resolution relative to determination of an application for a special use permit to establish a mixed-use, commercial and residential, of the existing residential duplex property located at 1416-18 South 81st Street.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
thank you, Mayor. This is an existing duplex, zoned commercial. Now, this just south of Paulie's Pub, so I guess the area map is up here, Greenfield Avenue, 81st Street, State Fair Park to the north side of Greenfield Avenue. So just south of Paulie's Pub, if you're familiar, is this duplex here. It is used as a residential duplex, but what the applicant, Mr. Paul and Christine Budiak, the owners of this property, are proposing is to, because it is zone commercial, I'd like a little bit more flexibility and the ability to use the backyard area for a tent and a stage. That's, I guess, the proposed use, and then they can use that in this manner if the zoning's approved, and it would also go without saying, I guess it would go with saying here, that if the activity it'd be allowed as long as it does not include the service or sale of alcohol and complies with the zoning. So the property is zoned, the pub property here, the duplex, and then up to, further down here, this is all zone C2 neighborhood commercial. So the zoning is in place, it's just a matter of going through the special use process, essentially to get an allowance to use the yard, this property, for a tent and a stage. That's the general location between the two buildings. This is the plan view looking down, I guess Paulie's Pub again up here along Greenfield Avenue, 81st Street on the left. And then this is the subject duplex property and then the location of the tent and stage. You'll see this is a licensed premise here of Paulie's Pub. That licensed premise does not extend south to this duplex property. So there again, there could be no service of alcohol from this area. This is not going to be a bar. That's not what the purpose of this special use is this evening. It's really just to utilize the backyard area for a tent and a stage, which would be accessory, I guess, to the bar property. There are some outdoor events that take place here. So we looked at a few options with the applicant. If not to put a tent in the backyard here, what else could you do? Well, you could, I guess, option A, you could relocate the tent from this property and just put it on this property over here. That's one option. Option 2 is what's being presented tonight as a special use. They have a tent and a stage in the backyard to get the special use. And then part 3 would be a larger scale, a longer range, perhaps, project to actually raise the duplex, combine the two properties as one premise, and then have, the configuration of a tent and a stage in one larger property. So the applicant's chosen to pursue option B, the special use at this time. And then there are some site and landscaping changes that are underway and are also proposed. The garage behind on the backyard here has been re-sided and reshingled. There's a fences planned along the east property line, both of the Pauley's Pub property, then back behind the duplex, and then further south. And then the stage, just of note, does meet the fire department permit requirements for access and for safety. So there has been a notice that's been sent out to properties within 200 feet. That's what this green line is here. These are the properties that have been notified, Class 2 notice, and about 33 properties. The Plan Commission has recommended approval, and I have not received any objections to date.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the Common Council on our final public hearing this evening?
Mayor Devine? Go ahead.
I don't know who got first there.
You go right ahead.
Alderperson Key.
Is the tent plan to stay up all year? Is it going to be a permanent fixture all year long? Is it going to be?
No, I'm not, I guess I could speak with the applicant afterward, but I don't believe it's going to be a year-round fixture. He's just looking at it during outdoor festival event type of season. He wants to have the option to utilize the tent, in that location. One point that was the applicant had indicated is that with the location, the way that's situated, if the tent were relocated, I mean, we did look at that option of relocating the tent to the Pauley's Pub property. The problem with that is that then the sound is then projected potentially, to the east or west in a more direct focus towards residential, whereas the way the tent is situated now, if it's to be kept and allowed on that residential property, it's faced south towards State Fair Park, so as to minimize the sound into the neighborhood.
And that alley is vacated, right? That's.
Yes, yeah.
Alderperson Grisham.
Steve, this tent proposal, just to clarify, may not be permanent, but being it is a request for a special use through License and Health, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse as to whether it would be approved. And that's just a general statement. Secondly, in consideration of the sale of that property in the future, if it is rezoned, could that property then be used as a makeshift automobile repair shop out of the garage because it's now zoned as a commercial and residential?
I guess only if it would come before council and council would authorize, an auto repair facility on that location.
So it potentially could be because it'd be zoned as a commercial
Yeah, I mean,
and residential.
Yeah, it's currently zoned commercial. So I guess if someone wanted to run this is just zoning talk. So I mean, someone could run an auto repair shop out of that, but again, there are going to be certain codes, building codes and so on for, repairing vehicles within a structure. It would have to be properly separated from other residential uses, and so air makeup systems and so on.
Okay, and determination of sound from residents, how is that determined? By pushing that back? Because right now, the stage, when it was set up, it's set up to face Greenfield Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Now it just would be set back how many feet, still facing Greenfield Avenue?
Yeah, so in the current location is where that they would like to keep that tent. So it is currently in the backyard of that duplex property, and it would be in that same location, going forward if allowed by council.
Okay. Thirdly, was the Plan Commission informed about the pushback from the residents on this as far as live music?
Yes.
So that was taken into consideration?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
so the Planning Commission looked at it. I mean, they were made aware of what the existing license, well, actually, the past extension of premise, I think it just ended on September 6th. So, but they were made aware of those conditions that, you know, the License and Health Committee imposed with 100 decibels at 100 feet, and I don't want to go on because I don't want to.
I understand the format of
right,
that.
Right, yeah.
The last question I would have is relative to what Alderwoman Keene stated of the alley being vacated. That alley entrance and exit still remains open, although it's vacated. How does that work?
So when the alley was vacated, half of it went to the duplex property owner and half went to the pub owner, both of which are the same owner. But so they, you know.
So we're speaking from 81st Street to 80th Street, that entire stretch of the entire alley?
Well, actually, I think it stops
No, it doesn't.
midway.
It just stops midway?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right, but that's going to remain open for access to drive in and out need be?
That's the current-
Parking, because I believe
Yeah.
that they use it for in and out parking when there isn't tents there?
Yeah, currently that's the site plan we have shows that drive remaining open, not being closed.
Okay, and Mr. Budiak is responsible for all snow removal and maintenance of that said area?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Common Council?
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Weigel.
So this is ordinance, the zoning change would essentially bring him in compliance, would bring into compliance what he's been doing. The stage is going to stay in the same place.
Yes.
I've already been receiving complaints from the neighbors in the apartment building to the east about the noise. The alley, the middle of the alley is the southern boundary of the licensed premises? Is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, let me just go back a
So-
couple slides here just
So
to.
I guess I haven't been there on foot when they've been doing that. So even with the zoning change, drinks can't cross the imaginary line that runs down the middle of that vacated alley. And they certainly can't be on stage for band members to enjoy or anything. That's if
my
we're going to go
understanding,
letter of the
right,
law,
yeah.
if we're going to be really nitpicky
Yeah.
about this.
So yeah, the licensed premise is, I mean, this is the imposed, you're over the aerial view of the GIS, but
Yeah.
the yellow line with the red dash.
The dotted line, and that runs down the middle of that vacated alley.
Right, yeah. So these gray, I don't know if you can see, but the gray lines on either side are the rough boundaries of, the alley that was vacated here. So pretty much right down the center is the edge of the south edge of the licensed premise.
Right, and the north edge of the stage is not in the middle of the alley, it's on the southern boundary of the alley, I assume, right? I think.
I don't want to rely on this, but yeah,
No,
this is a rough estimate of where that
I
tent
understand.
sits, yeah.
I'm just trying to get things in my head square.
Sure.
I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but, I mean, if we're trying to make an adjustment here, like I said, already been, and the question was asked about doing year-round. I can't imagine anybody's going to do year-round. They're not going to do live music in January or February, maybe a Super Bowl party or something. But do you know, is it the intent of the applicant to continue regular weekly concerts next summer? Is that what's driving this? Or is this just to bring him into compliance for this year?
This is to bring him into compliance for this year, as well as looking ahead to the future, offer a little bit more flexibility for outdoor events, I guess,
Thank you.
with the idea of a tent in the stage, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Vitale.
Yeah, Steve, I have a question. Based on the, the way I see it with the planning, changing the duplexes, so the fact that it's per se, if we approve that, so how can he determine at this point next year if the License and Health Committee or the Common Council will allow additional days of operations, I mean, how can you, we can change something, but it's nothing on the books until, I believe, next year. So how can, the applicant apply for something like that to the conversions of the duplex from residential to commercial just as well? But how can he, in the future, he can come forward and per se the council will really agree upon some of the dates of the, by expanding, and that's what it looks like. So, I mean, so what's the purpose of doing this now because we're going to allow him to have a more activities or events, I mean, throughout the spring or summer? I mean, I have no idea really at this point, you know, for us to approve something like that, you know, what would be the future? You know, that's my question, really. We don't know. That's the unknown.
Well, I know he's looking ahead towards, you know, this fall perhaps having a couple outdoor events while the weather's still nice. So
Yeah.
to take advantage of the season in the fall, and but then, you know, planning ahead for the next year. You know, he's looking ahead there too. He'll be, I'm sure, you know, with, you know, the uncertainty of you know, the pandemic and things, and just the fact that when it's nice out, people like to be outside. So he's just taking advantage and wanting to be proactive and create a space outdoors for people to enjoy. The tent, you know, being placed in that particular area, again, the way he told me was that it projects sound then towards the State Fair Park versus the neighbors. So he wants to be respectful of the neighborhood as well.
Mayor Devine?
Thank you, Steve.
Alderperson Keene.
I'm sorry, is the current property just residential now, or is it already zoned commercial and residential?
It's owned, everything here along 81st Street is owned C2, neighborhood commercial. But yeah, the uses, I mean, in this case, it's a residential duplex within a, you know, on a C2 neighborhood commercial zoning, which is typical, I guess, for this zoning district that happens. I mean, the zoning does allow that.
So whether we change this or not, I mean, it's technically commercial that a year, 2 years, 5 years from now, someone could come before and ask for an actual retail or commercial use. It would come before the council. So us
Sure.
approving or denying this, if it's not used for the intended use specifically for a tent in a yard, it would have to come before common council.
Something else, yeah, if it's not going to be used for a tent and a stage, then it could, you know, if somebody wants to change it to a, you know, like a office on the ground floor with an apartment above, I mean, that would come back to us for a mixed use as well, right? So, yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the Common Council?
Mayor Devine,
Alderperson Ranky.
has been clarified that Mr. Pauly owns this property where this is going to take place if
That's correct.
the council approves it.
Correct, yes, he does
Okay,
own it.
have the adjacent property owners been notified so we can also get their input in this decision-making process?
Yes, within 200 feet, about 33 property owners within 200 feet have been notified around this area, around the subject property, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rosa.
Okay. Any other questions from the council on public hearing number 5? Okay. Are there any questions from the audience on public hearing number 5? Okay, hearing none, we will close our 5th and final public hearing, and we will move on to item E on our agendas, which is citizen participation. This is where the council can receive information from members of the public during this 30-minute period. Each speaker must announce to the council his or her name and address, sign in on the podium, and limit comments to one statement of no more than 5 minutes. The council cannot take action on topics raised by the speakers and cannot discuss the topics with the speakers. So is there anybody here this evening that wishes to address the council under citizen participation? If you do, you can approach the podium and the microphone.
My name is Jonathan Wickman. I'm the Republican candidate for governor. My address is 6955 South Riverwood Boulevard. Tracy invited me tonight to introduce myself. I'm running for governor of Wisconsin because I truly believe that the state is going in the wrong direction. I'm really glad to see that West Dallas is pro-business, especially for small businesses. I've been all throughout the state, and our small businesses have taken a really big ding, to say the least. Our bars and our restaurants that were locked down and closed down last year. So I just wanted to come and introduce myself to the good people of West Dallas. Again, Jonathan Wickman, running for governor, Republican candidate. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tracy, for the invite. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to address the council under citizen participation? Go ahead. I need you, I'm sorry, ma'am, I need you on the microphone just so we can all hear you.
Okay, we have a petition going that we do not want a bar at, I think it's 7435 or 7534 West Beloit Road. First of all, we don't like the name G-Spot. That's very derogatory. We don't like the hours, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. They already have a bar that opens at 6 a.m. Everybody likes how quiet it's been since it hasn't been opened as a bar. There's no noise, no littering, no urinating in the alley or on Beloit Road. No fighting, they almost killed somebody with the last bar. No speeding up and down the alley, there's no parking for a bar. We have had rats, and since the bar doesn't have garbage dumpsters up there, which they never close, we don't have that problem. We want the alley blocked off if this does go through. They always enter where it says the do not enter sign. And there's little kids in the alley, and there's strangers that are going up and down trying to figure out what we have going on. So we do not want a bar, if that's at all possible.
Can we have your name and address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judy Schmidt, 2521 South 75th Street.
Thank you. And do you have other people with you that they can
yes.
just raise their hands if they want to? So I see the council can see everybody in the audience. Thank you. Great. Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else wish to address the council under citizen participation?
Well, that's tough to follow. My name is Melissa Shruby. This is my husband, Glenn Shruby. And actually, you are going to be voting on whether or not we can have a license granted for the 7524 Blight Road. So we came last week and had our preliminary sort of vote. And we were just then told about all of these issues that we were not aware of how this bar was managed, mismanaged, and how it affected your community. And I am very, very sorry that you guys had this kind of bar. I would be mortified if that was my neighborhood. I tried to get police reports to find out what all was going on. And I heard there's 200 and something calls, and it's gonna take 10 days. So I can't even address a lot of the issues because I didn't even know what they were until we've heard this. So that being said, my husband and I have a bar in District 1. It is a successful bar, and it was a successful bar for a very long time, just like Sir Greger's was, or Gregory's, I think it was, successful for a very long time, and then through mismanagement and whatever else, same thing happened to this bar. When we came in, we were told or recommended that we even change the name of the bar because the reputation was so bad that no one would come back and that we would not be able to be successful. We did not change the name. What we did was we changed the bar. We changed our relationship with the community. We have almost all of the customers that said they would never step foot in that bar again are now customers again. We are not absentee owners. We are there every single day. We maintain our bar, the outside, the inside. Our structure is 5 feet away. Our bar is nestled in between 2 residential houses. Our structure is 5 feet away from their side doors. We have no issues, no complaints, no problems with the neighbors. The neighbors have children. We have never received a complaint. Our neighbors are now our customers. They are always welcome to call us with any concerns. And I know that we are not afraid of hard work. I am not a slumlord. I do not want to come in and destroy your community. I know that it was kind of a meeting place for everybody, and I feel like it could be that again. So I cannot take ownership or responsibility for what that other person did. My responsibility comes in making sure that this never happens again, and that you do not have a disruption in your neighborhood like you did. I understand the alley is an issue. We were going to do something like one way. There would only be 5 spots. We were thinking about making them only handicap spots. And the reason we were going to do that is because we have opening at 6 in the morning. We have a lot of retired gentlemen that come in, and our bar currently is open at 6 a.m. until 2. So that they would be mirroring the same hours. So we were thinking about doing that. Then the residents could still use it to leave onto Beloit Road, but there would never be anybody leaving into your neighborhood, ever. They would just be coming in, and they would only be coming in if they were handicapped. So, that kind of would help. We don't want to deter people that can't walk far distances from coming to the bar. Another thing is that we know that Sir Gregory had food. Sir Gregory's had food. We wanted to maybe get pizza going again, have something that people could around the neighborhood come back and have what they used to. I guess he had fantastic pizzas. I don't know. I've never had one, but I heard they were great. I know another problem is that there was violence. I did not hear about that again. They do not have cameras at all in that facility. One of the first things we would be doing was install security cameras. Our staff, ourselves, we see what's going on around our bar all the time because we have a TV in the bar that shows us exactly what's going on. We don't allow drugs. People, we know what's going on in the back, we know what's going on the sides. We don't allow misconduct in our bar. And we've been very lucky because I'm very proud of our bar. I'm very proud of our customers.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ruby, you've got 1 minute left.
That's fine.
Yeah, just so you know.
Thank you. So cameras would be another thing. And then the biggest thing is that my husband and I are so dedicated to making this work that we would actually be selling our home in Menominee Falls and buying not only the bar, but the house next door. And we would be residents of that house. So I would be your neighbor. Anything going on that bar would be happening to me as well. And I'm hoping that shows, we're going to be putting a lot of money, a lot of time,
A lot of dedication to this.
into this, and no one has more to lose than I do, because if this fails, it is just a vacant property that I paid for, that I'm sitting next to looking at every day. Well, I think it's a fun plan. We're to be sports related. I thought it was fun.
Sports bar, that's what
I know. So it's like games, like sports. It'll be absolutely 100%. It will be absolutely sports related, and it will be sports themed, and nothing inappropriate. There will be no inappropriate signage, anything like that. So it will be Packer oriented, sport oriented. I know it does. Once you get it though, then it's like, oh, that's not that bad, right? Kind of. Okay. Anyway.
So you're at 5 minutes, so if you could
That's
just wrap
it.
up, please.
Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you, and I hope that you take this into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the council, please approach the podium, give us your name and address.
Hi, Tammy Dopp, 1303 South 73rd, and I also own Dopp's Bar, which is right next to the doghouse. And I want to tell you, I've known Glenn way before I owned a bar, and then when he said he was going to buy a doghouse, I'm like, are you nuts? You own a bar? Anyway, and then I met his wife, Melissa, and those two, out of the 4 bars that are in my neighborhood, they have been communicative. They've been, we let each other know what's going on in the neighborhood. And then when I heard they were going to buy another bar, but they're going to live there, I just want to say that I support them, and I still think you're crazy, but I think they're going to clean up what I didn't know either, that all that stuff was going on there, but that's what happens when you are not a hands-on bar owner. So I just want to say good luck to them, and I support them.
Thank you.
My name is Daryl Wagner. I live directly across from the proposed bar site from St. Greg's, and I've got to tell you, one of the big problems I've got is people using that alley to access Bullite Road. Their headlights shine directly in my windows all the time. One of the problems when it was one more was that you had people parking and using the west side of that building, it's a paved area, as an outdoor patio. There was cussing, there was swearing, they were drinking after hours with solo cups outside, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Then they had metal dumpsters on the east side of the building that they dumped the bar garbage in. Again, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, the bang from the covers coming down, bottles being dumped. This place is not a great place for a bar. I think a better use would be a mom and dad cafe, internet cafe, a small restaurant of some sort, but I definitely don't think this neighborhood wants, there are 52 of us that signed that petition. We do not want a bar at that location.
Thank you. Can we have your address, please? I don't know, you said you were across the street. But
I'm 7535 West Bullite.
Thank you.
So.
Hello, my name is Teresa Wrench, and I'm 3 houses away from the bar. Through my experience that I have seen, being 3 houses away from the bar, at night there was drunk patrons that were yelling, talking loud, fighting, throwing up, peeing in my yard, sitting in my yard, sitting on my porch because they were drunk. I called the police. Either the police didn't come on time or they didn't show up at all. Meanwhile, you're hearing the swearing and that such. In the holiday, when the fall or the winter comes, the cars are parked in front of my house. I cannot shovel. The plows come through. The cars are from the bar there. Some leave their cars overnight. I cannot shovel that. When the plow comes through, they shove it back onto my sidewalk. There's noise, as the gentleman said there before, the bottles being thrown in the dumpster at night. They sit outside the bar, they talk, you can smell the cigarette smoke in the air. My daughter has asthma, and it's hard for her. People have sat in their cars smoking weed, and that you can smell it because they're right side my house, and they have the windows up or down, and they're talking and smoking or drinking in the cars. In my yard, I have found bottles, food, unmentionable stuff, pee in bottles in my yard and on the area sidewalk. My daughter and I, we work early in the morning. I don't want a bar there where I'm afraid to come out of the house, having somebody in the backyard. We have bushes. If there has been some altercations with that bar that they had, and with the rising things of violence right now, I don't want to have to be fearful of coming out and having somebody in the yard or violence that are going on because there's altercation with other patrons from there. We have dogs in the neighborhood, so patrons are coming out. The dogs bark when they hear noises, so you're constantly hearing the barking from the dogs when we have that bar. And then at my age, I'm fearful that I'm going to have retaliation if I call the police on one of the patrons or so. And at my age, I don't have to feel that I have to put up a video camera inside, outside of my house for fear that, somebody's going to come and retaliate to break into my house. Plus, it's been quiet where we have deliveries to our house from FedEx and that. Now with more traffic going on, somebody can take anything off my porch now, and because I'm on the street, it's easier accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to address the council under citizen participation? Go ahead.
Hello. My name's John Dashik. I live on 2536 South 76th Street. Lived there 14 years, so I've dealt with Sir Gregory's Pub and one more. One more was worse. But I fear for my daughter's safety in a way because she's 3.5 years old, and we walk the alley and she rides her bike in the alley, and those cars would fly through the alley. When they leave the bar and you tell them to slow down, either they just ignore you or they would shout a profanity. And then hearing the profanity at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and just, it's been so nice since it's been closed. It's been nice and quiet, it's been peaceful, and I just worry about the alley. That's my biggest concern, and, my fellow neighbors and everything too, with the sound and everything else. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Hernandez. I live at 2518 South 76th Street. That's about maybe 5 or 6 houses from this location where this bar is at. I'm strongly against it because one thing is personal experience. A drunk driver, and I'm not saying he came from one night drinking at that bar that was at that location, but it was about 2, 3 in the morning, comes zipping down 76th Street, banged into our tree in front of our house, directly in front of us. The tree is gone. Van flipped over on his side. Firemen had to come. They had to cut him out, bring him out of his car. Guy survived. Thank God for that. But it's incidents like that. I got grandkids, and that alley, we just don't need that. So strongly against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to address the council under citizen participation?
Hi, my name is Colleen Volland, and I have a business at 7105 West Greenfield Avenue, and I wanted to speak in support of Line 58 to adopt the state standards for automatic sprinkler systems. It'll make it possible for my business to expand their class offerings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else under citizen participation this evening?
Hi, my name is Nicole Wrench. I live on 7512 West Burley Road. I am strongly against this bar or G-spot, whatever you want to call it. I don't particularly care for the language, the foul language, the yelling, the puking, the condoms that you find on the floor or the ground. They're displayed everywhere. When the snow melts, you can find red Solo cups, everything. You can find it there in front of our yard. They sit on our porch and they just hang there. They will talk vulgar words to each other. There will be arguments, yelling, cussing, you name it. They'll have banters. Like my neighbors mentioned, their dogs will bark because they hear movements. You know, they're protecting their families. But once they start barking, they don't stop until they leave. You'll have people knocking on the windows, which is inappropriate, 2 in the morning. I start early in the morning. I shouldn't be hearing this. I shouldn't be hearing anything. We have kids in our neighborhood. They'll be coming down the alleys. It's not right. We want future kids here. And they come down drunk down our aisles. So I strongly don't agree with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to address the council under citizen participation this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will close citizen participation. And moving to item F, our standing committees will be meeting during recess, and those room numbers are on page 2 of your agendas. Moving on to item G, the mayor's report. I just have a couple things this evening. A few weeks ago, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, we had some incredible storms come through the city, and I've been publicly thanking the crews and everybody involved that helped with cleaning that up. The city lost over 120 trees, and the Public Works Department got around 1,000 calls for service. Now, I'm sure some of those were duplicate calls about the same tree, but our crews were stretched very thin, and there were also some neighborhood groups and some organizations that were out helping clean up with their chainsaws. So the community and the city really came together, and I just want to commend everybody who was involved in taking care of that. It sounded like it went right down Beecher, pretty much, from Highway 100 to about 68th Street. And a lot of the damage you might have seen driving through the community was along that corridor. But I just want to thank our forestry crew, our streets and sanitation crew, everybody in Public Works, and everybody who just helped out in getting that cleaned up in what I would consider a very timely manner. And the other thing I wanted to just bring up tonight is that a couple Fridays ago, there was a grand opening of a ribbon cutting for a new restaurant in town, which you may or may not have heard of, but it was called the Wrestling Taco. And it is at 1606 84th Street. And it is a Lucha Libre Mexican wrestling theme Mexican restaurant. And they have very good food. They're in that strip mall on 84th Street in about Lapham. So if you want to go try a new place, they are open and would be happy to see you. That does conclude the mayor's report this evening. Moving on to item H, do we have any alderpersons' reports?
Mayor Devine?
Alderperson Keene.
I just wanted to actually thank Mr. Quintel Robinson, the owner of Legacy Cuts at 1041 South 84th Street, 84th and Washington. He actually reached out wanting to do a book bag drive. He's actually a new business owner and already asking how he can be involved in the community. So we were able to fill over 60 backpacks, had bounce houses, barbecue, face painting, and I just really wanted to thank him and all the volunteers for such a great event and helping out in the community.
Thank you. Any other alderpersons' reports?
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Lysick.
I move for approval of the minutes of August 3rd, 2021, and June 15th, 2021 Common Council.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any changes or amendments to those minutes? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Moving to the standing committee reports.
License and health,
I think.
Mayor
Madam Clerk-
Devine?
Oh, Alderperson Rote.
If we could separate out item 11 and item 14. Item 11 just on a separate vote, and item 14 I would like to refer back to Committee for Site and Landscape and Screening Review and Engineering Review.
And that will be this evening?
I would like to, no, we'll have to give them time to,
Okay.
to their report.
Okay,
I guess it would be at the next regularly scheduled License and Health meeting.
Okay.
Which is the 4th.
14.
yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, Alderman Road, I could second your wishes, your emotion, you know, to bring, you want to bring item 14 back to committee for further discussions?
Yes, and 11 as a separate vote.
Separate vote.
So let's move 14 first,
Okay, so it's been moved.
and then seconded by Alderman Vitale.
Yes.
Is there, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item 14 is sent back to committee.
Mayor Devine? I didn't
Alderwoman
vote
Grisham?
aye. I didn't vote aye on the 14, only because can we have discussion on that this evening? It's not just site plan, but being we have the audience that we have.
Turn it over to the city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, if an item's referred back to committee, the committee can handle it tonight in any manner the committee sees fit, including further discussions or holding it to the next meeting.
Okay, and in that forum, if we so chose to hold after the discussion, we could do that?
Yes, it's back, essentially it's back in before the committee as though nothing had been done and you're starting over with your discussions right now. That would be what would happen if referred back to committee.
Okay, and I know that there's a motion on the floor, so if no disrespect, we can vote on it as it sets, otherwise I would be up for discussion this evening. But I don't know how that goes protocol-wise. I think the vote has to go
14's
according
going to
to...
go back to committee and then we vote on
I
it.
think it's already referred to committee
Yeah,
because
it's already
it's passed, so
referred
it's
to
a
committee.
question up to the chair if,
Okay, so it's up to the chair whether we would have discussion on it this evening.
Well, I don't think we need any further discussion, so once we vote on it to bring forward to the License and Health Committee meeting. But again, you know, when you have a neighborhood and you have 52...
well, Alderman Vitale, let's stick on the motion before we opine on
let's
the
stick to that,
merits.
okay. I just want to
Let's-
clarify that.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure we know where this is going and when
Yeah.
before we debate it.
Mr. Mayor,
Attorney Decker.
the motion to refer to committee had already passed, so this item's already in the committee level. I treated Alderwoman Grisham's comment as a point of information, so
Thank you.
I don't think there's any further reason to discuss this. It'll have to be done at committee level.
Okay,
Yeah, we can
Thank
just,
you.
yeah, that's fine.
thank you. Okay, then, Madam Clerk, on what's left on our agenda, and then separate action item 11.
Mayor Devine, I would also like item 13 acted upon separately.
Okay. Any other items for separate action off the License and Health Committee this evening?
So we can go ahead with item 8.
It's the balance, if, Madam Clerk, you want to
8,
read that
9.
out? Or
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
10.
Clerk's got it.
You got it, right? I'm just,
We'll try. The License and Health Committee recommended approval of items 9, 10, 12, and 16. They recommended denial of item 15.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Vitale.
I move for approval of the recommendations of the License and Health Committee meeting.
Thank you. Any other discussion on those items? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. And now we have item 11 in front of us.
The committee recommended approval of item number 11.
Okay. Alderman Vitale, do you want to make the
Yeah, I
motion?
make a motion based on the voting of the License and Health Committee meetings.
On item 11. Any
Item
discussion on
11.
item 11?
Item
Yeah.
11.
I have a question, Mayor Devine.
Alderman Haas.
Yeah, what was the vote in License and Health, and if there were dissenters, what were their reasons?
I was the dissenter. I just, neighborhoods. I've talked to, I went to 2 non-sanctioned city block parties probably 2 weeks beforehand, and they were aware of it, and they said, pretty much like, short version, how many liquor stores do we need in West Dallas? And I really couldn't do it on proximity to the school because it's a 600-foot rule, door to door, but I think they're less than 600 feet from door to quarter-mile track.
Mayor Devine?
Alderman Lysick.
I just want to point out that I grew up in that neighborhood, and there's been a liquor license in that establishment since the 1960s. It's been vacant for a couple of years because the owner of the Parthenon retired. His son took over the business and moved it to 84th and Greenfield to a bigger, newer store. And I have no problem with a liquor license being at that establishment. There's never been any problems there, and I don't anticipate any problems in the future. The applicant has experience. He's already owns a liquor store in Milwaukee. There's been no problems there, and so I would recommend a yes vote on this.
Mayor Devine?
Alderperson Grisham.
I have to mention that the gentleman who wants to open this business came forward with a very well-thought plan. Not only did he discuss what he wanted to do with this operation, and as Alderman Lysick said, is an experienced business owner, he came with a presentation that he actually went to 70-plus neighbors in the neighborhood, got signatures, took the time to speak with every individual neighbor that he could speak with, and they all signed that they were in favor of him coming to this location. So one of my greatest concerns and questions that I presented was the proximity to the school, which is Frank Lloyd Wright. I believe Alderman wrote, and I disagreed on the distance to the track and field, which where they do sports is on the backside of the school and nowhere really near the proposed business itself. But this is going to be strictly a liquor store. I would have had reserve or more reservation if there was, you know, food, beverage, things like that, that kids would want to come in for that. Obviously, it's liquor, so they're not going to be able to go in. But there's going to be no groceries, no attraction for children to come in, even the middle schoolers. So I was very pleased with the presentation, and I feel very confident that we have a very welcomed person in our community for this business.
Thank you. Any other discussion on item 11? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote.
No.
Stefanski.
Aye.
9 in favor, 1 opposed.
9-1 motion carries. And now we have, I'll ask to read out item 13.
The License and Health Committee recommended denial of item number 13.
Alderman Vitale, you want to
Yeah, I will,
move the motion?
yeah, I make the motion to not reinstate, but have the applicant come forward.
Oh, can't do that.
Again, I believe we could do that. I'm requesting if we could do that.
No, you have to actually move the committee's report at this point,
Yeah.
Chair, and that was to deny.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I seen, you know,
Well, let's get the motion in front of us before we
Yeah,
debate.
yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was a motion?
That's a motion, yes.
Okay. Alderman Vitale, you want to speak on the motion?
Yeah, I speak the motion based on the, let me, based on the fact that the applicant, you know, many other gas stations, they do provide a B liquor license. So I'm start kind of sometimes thinking or be concerned for us to start denying some of the people, you know, with that same type of a business for B license. And then we have been issue a license already for gas stations for B license. That's one of my biggest thought that has been coming across my mind, you know. Is that really fair or appropriate for the decision of denial, you know? Of course, being the chairman of the License and Health, so I mean, I felt to deny that, but then throughout the week, you know, and I was thinking about what really makes the difference that we deny one reliable business person that, you know, something that he would probably do a good job, and we are kind of, and some people already have that type of a license. That's one of my major questions that I concerned about it, you know.
Mayor Devine?
Thank you. Alderperson Grisham?
Okay, I just want to give a backstory to the gentleman who is looking to have the beer license. One of the questions that I asked is the proximity of his business to any other liquor stores or other places that sell alcohol. And from my understanding, there's a liquor store adjacent or right behind it. So that was one of the reasons that I voted against it. And I'm not in favor of it. However, I do want to make note to what Alderman Vitale stated. I don't want our committee to be looked at that we are just giving a blanket no to anybody who owns a gas station. It's not reasonable. That's not our job. Our job is to assess the business and its participation in the community and whether they should have that license or not and be responsible. So I'm not going to say that I vote against every gas station. This particular one I did for that specific reason of it having a liquor store so close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Lysick?
I'm going to support this particular license. It's a beer license only at this particular location. We have granted other service stations in West Dallas full liquor licenses or beer-only liquor licenses. Quick Trip has one. There's a station on 96 and National that has a beer license. I see nothing wrong with it. All of our neighboring, or most of our neighboring communities allow service stations to sell at least beer or beer and liquor at their stations. You go to New Berlin, you can get them at a lot of stations. Greenfield, it's not an uncommon thing. It's a convenience for people. You stop, you get gas. If you want to take home a six-pack of beer, I don't see anything wrong with it, so I'm going to support this.
Thank you.
Mayor Devine?
Alderperson Keene?
If someone from License and Health, was there a recommendation on how many coolers he was planning on having?
No. There wasn't even any discussion on that, to be honest with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Mayor Devine, one quick question, and
Yep.
I don't know if anybody has the answer. Will there be any substantive remodeling of the business, as in improving the taxable value of the property, and will there be new employees added based on this license?
You can come up to the microphone if you can, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmeet Kang. My address is 1549 Cambridge Court in Hubertus. So basically, me and the other gentleman, he's my partner. So we have 10+ year experience. We own over 24 gas stations in Wisconsin. So, and we have no problems in the 10 years of experience we had. So even in this case, we are new business owners for this particular property we're talking about. Yes, we do have plans, coming back to your questions, to improve. A remodel plan is coming to refresh the store, putting new car washes need to be updated and everything else. So like we had discussion today, we're not asking for a special permission or a special use. We just want to be just to be fair, you know, just other gas stations and other similar businesses, about 5 to 6 other businesses are currently hold Class A license. So we just want to be on the same playing field. And like we said, it's a convenience thing. And the liquor store, which we have right next to us, sometimes they don't open until 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, we have a lot of customers who work overnight. You know, they come in the morning, get gas, grab a pack of beer, because that's the time they're going home. So there's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, we will be more than happy to continue the conversation if you guys have any questions. But like I said, in 10 years of experience and 2+ dozen gas stations we own, we never had any trouble.
Okay, on the remodel,
Yes.
and I'm glad Steve's still here, are we talking about a substantive remodel that would require a site and landscape plan? And I guess, Steve, do you know if they're currently in compliance? Is there anything on a wish list there that we'd want better landscaping, or?
This is the formerly Poor Richards location.
Yes.
BP, yeah. So that station is one of the newer stations, I guess, in terms of West Dallas gas stations. It was built, remodeled, I would say probably maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Yes.
It has some nicer masonry, exterior materials, landscaping, and so on. In terms of site and landscaping compliance, it is generally consistent, I would say. You know, if there is some freshening up needed, that can be done through our code enforcement. But otherwise, it appears to be in compliance with our site and landscaping architectural plans.
Okay. I appreciate they'd be able to come up with the answer right here when it wasn't actually going to be considered on the agenda. So, thank you.
And just go back to my question, how many coolers were you planning on having for
So
beer?
currently, it has 12 doors. For beer, it'll be just an addition to about 3 doors. We're going
doors,
to add
okay.
it, to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, I am going to ask.
This is to deny.
Yes, I'm sorry, the motion is to deny per the committee report. Yeah, thank you for that. I was going to clarify that and then I forgot. The motion is to deny, so if you do not want them to get a license, you would vote aye. And if you want them to, you would vote no. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Alderperson Tenorio.
No.
Vitale.
No.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen.
No.
Lysick.
No.
Reinke.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
6 in favor, 4 opposed.
The motion to deny is approved. Okay. That concludes license and health. We are on item K.
Mayor Devine,
Alderman Lysick.
if there's no objection from the older people, I would move that the consent agenda be approved as submitted by the clerk.
Second.
I think I just asked if there's any objection. And I don't see anyone objecting, so the rules are suspended. Any separate action on the consent agenda this evening? I'll give you a minute because there's a lot. Okay. There is no objection on that, then I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the consent agenda.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
Reinke.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion carries.
Mayor Devine,
Alderman Lysick.
I move that we stand in recess until conclusion of the committee meetings.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Alderperson Reinke. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are in recess.
The one that got denied?
So far.
Kimberly. Told her to come today.
So it's still a, so it's still a no. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
We talk about the,
Next time,
Okay.
everything's on the table.
sorry about that.
Here.
Go ahead, Alderman.
Sir. We will start with item 47. It's a resolution authorizing the city engineer to amend an existing agreement with Donahue and Associates Incorporated for engineering consulting services related to the design of the emergency generator located at the West Dallas Police and Municipal Court Center in the amount of, or amount not to exceed $31,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And then item 48 on tonight's agenda is a resolution accepting work of Lalonde Contractors for street construction and authorizing settlement of said contract in accordance with the contract terms for final payment of the 2019 project number 3 in the amount of $3,000.
To approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 49, resolution to amend an existing professional services contract with ACOM Technical Services, Inc. to provide construction engineering services for 2 Green Solution parking lots in the Business Improvement District for an amount not to exceed $19,400.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Could
Aye.
Could I have
Oh.
discussion, explanation on that one?
They would be designing the permeable pavement in the parking lots. So in the bid district, there's a parking lot in between 71st and 72nd, and a parking lot between 73rd and 74th that we're doing some green parking lot stuff with, and they will just handle the permeable pavement part of it. There's a different contract doing bioswales and that sort of thing somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask who you are?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm Tracy Gegler. I work for Pete in the engineering department.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I didn't know that.
She's my more than Peter.
I feel like I know you because I watch you guys on YouTube.
Really?
Autographs later.
That means that you're YouTube famous.
Yeah, you should get a hobby.
I apologize.
Dave, she's my
Mr.
more
Chair.
than Pete. She got a little more smiling, you know?
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, it's been, did we vote? We haven't voted yet. We just moved and seconded. Or no, but, okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay. Good to meet you. Number 50, resolution to approve bid of MJ Construction Incorporated for water main relay and pavement restoration in South 104th Street from Dakota to Manitoba Street and 105th Street from West Dakota Street to West Manitoba Street in the city of West Dallas in the amount of $298,107.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, I do, Dave. Why such a concentrated area? Why, it just,
This is an engineering thing. Heath from our department designed a water main relay project for this area.
right.
Because it was very old. So it's a concentrated area because he's replacing the entire water main for this.
Oh, okay, I just didn't know. Usually we do the relays like a block here and then 3 blocks further west, and they're just more scattered. This more of a shotgun effect, but this seems very concentrated, and I was curious. Okay, it's, do we have a motion yet? I forgot. Oh, okay, it's been moved?
It's on file.
No, that's not the one.
That's not the one.
No, this is resolution.
Now you're asking all in favor.
I know. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries. Now we have a communication, item 51, a communication from the city engineer regarding the 2022 special assessment rates.
Move to place on file.
We want to hear what they have
Wanna hear
at all?
Okay.
Right.
Pete looked at the past paving projects and he tracks how much prices go up over the different years. And in 2019, prices went way up. And I think that on a past agenda, he probably asked for an increase and I think it was denied. So looking at over the last 3 years, he's recommending a 3.5% increase to the special assessment rates. Because if you average out the last 28 years, 3.5% is approximately the increase in prices.
Do you happen to know what the percentage is now? So after the 3.5, what will it be then? Or if it goes, what if we go with the 3.5%, what will it be next year?
I'm not sure, I'd have to get back to you.
I think a lot of that depends on inflation, what the cost for concrete.
Right, but isn't there a percentage rate?
He's asking for the 3.5%. So on special assessments, it's normally by linear foot of frontage.
Correct.
Or something. So there's set prices in there now, and he's asking for each one of those line items to be increased by 3.5%. So it'll change depending on whether you're talking about sidewalk, driveway, a resurfacing, a reconstruct. So there's a whole one-page document that lists out what all the special assessments.
Mr. Chair,
Alderman Stefanski.
is the 3.5% a range, or is it, you want the increase of 3.5% right now?
3.5% right now. So
Okay.
there's a sheet of paper that has all the rates. Increase them all by 3.5% for this 2022 year. Because we haven't had an increase, and I know in 2019, there was a huge 32% increase in prices when we were out in construction, and we have not adjusted for that. So a 3.5% increase would be helpful for recovering those costs.
Gotcha.
There was a motion to place on file?
Yeah, I did.
No, approve and place on file. isn't it?
Approve and place on file.
Right. I move to approve and place on file.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any discussion? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Go ahead.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Then the license and health comes back to order once more. So we have item 59, ordinance to amend outdoor premises temporary extension process. Rebecca. you have a-
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think this is a second or third kick at this.
Third.
Yes, we've had a lot of
I'm
tweaking.
counting 3, Rebecca. It's getting better each time, though.
Hopefully it will be money now. So we simplified, we're simplifying the process. You would have, in a minute or two, you're going to be talking about exceptions and things like that for temporary extensions, and then we have to assign people fees based on all the exceptions, and it gets very convoluted, and plus we had a seasonal component to it. So the proposed amendment is that one-day events for each would be $75. If you want a number of months, you would pay $525. And we wouldn't have all this 200 feet thing is $100 or, that kind of thing. So it would just make it
Make it a lot easier that way.
for us and the applicants to understand. So. I'll try not to bring anything else about this till a few years from now.
You know it's going to come back when
Any-
warm season comes out
Further
again, right?
question from the committee?
Chairman Vitale, this is just an adjustment of the fees.
Yes, so it is.
So our approvals still remain the same for special use. It's just a fee scale change.
We're,
It's a little different process, so the one-day only events, they would be put on consent agenda, and then you could take them off and refer them to.
aren't we on item 59 right now?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
5-9, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, item 60.
Is it
relates
going along with
to
it?
the- Yeah.
Okay,
they
so,
are together.
okay, so are we doing both of them together as one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Alderman.
so clarify, $75 for the first one, but anything over the first is 500 for a number of them, no?
Each day is $75.
Oh, each day it's
Yes.
75,
Or if you want to range, like a seasonal one,
okay.
many months, it would be $525
Okay.
total.
All right, thanks
And
for
if you wanna-
clarifying.
And if you want to extend your premises permanently, it would cost $525 just for that process, but then it would be on your license going forward.
So we need to approve 59 and 60.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? The aye have it. So we move forward with item 61, Class B Tavern Temporary Premise Extension Request for Westella Cheese and Sausage Shoppe, 6832 West Mitchell, with 3 exception proximity to residential premise requirement establishment in less than 200 feet from a residential premise, exceptions from sound limitation, and exception from outside normal durations for an event to be held on Saturday, October 2nd, 2021. Any
Chair.
questions from the committees? Yes, hold on.
Can we have it put in there that he's got to be under the decibel level?
I think we can put it in. I mean,
100.
Under 100.
yeah, it'll be under
From the
100.
point of the music.
Yep.
The music, yes,
Yep.
yes, you're right. So any further question from the committee members?
We're on 61, that'll be
Yeah.
for cheese and sunset.
Yeah,
Yep, so we're right there.
All right.
Okay, do we have a motion?
we need an emotion, yes.
Motion to approve.
Second,
As
In favor of the
as
motions?
added, the item.
Adding
With the amended
the amendment.
decibel
Yes.
Yes.
reading at 100
100.
decibels from
Yes.
the point of music.
Yep.
Does
So the
Mr.
motion
Lutz
is
know?
approval?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Does Mr. Lutz know, or will he be informed as far as how to do that? He would have a sound
Well,
company,
they
I
do.
mean, that seems to be
The clerk office, they
traditional.
will.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
I'll tell
right,
them tomorrow.
all right.
So,
I see him every
so we
morning.
have a
bike
motion
riding.
on
Seriously.
second,
It's been moved and seconded.
yeah.
you move to second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The aye have it. Then we move on to item 62. Class B Tavern Temporary Premise Extension Request for Poly Pubs, 8031 West Greenfield Avenue, with 3 exceptions, proximity to residential premises requirements, establishment in less than 200 feet from residential premises, exceptions from sound limitation, exceptions from the normal time duration for events to be held September 10, 12, September 18, and 19, September 25th, and 26.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes, Alderman Person.
Mr. Chair, and I would recommend that we just have discussion on this
Yeah, sure.
amongst us. But I think that we put this together originally during the period of COVID, that we'd give business an opportunity to survive through the business to survive through COVID. We've made a lot of strides, and we've gotten there. I oppose approval of this. I'm going to make a motion to deny, but I would like discussion on it. Based on the fact that, just as we had exhibited this evening, there's other businesses that are looking to get licensed, and they have people who are coming and petitioning, and we have to listen to the voices of our constituents as well. I think that Paulie's had a tremendously great run of having, the live concerts throughout the summer. I know that he's looking to do this as a regular operating business proposal. However, I just can't wrap myself around it and not listen to the constituents and the homeowners in the area. That this is just too much of a good thing. So that's my stance on this.
Mr. Chair?
Alderman Stefanski.
This is just for these 3 weekends. This isn't anything to do with the public hearing, correct?
No, nothing has nothing to do with it.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, that's what I wanted to make sure.
No, but I made my statement based on the fact that these 3 weekends I would not approve. So that would be my motion to deny on these 3 weekends, because
So you
the
disapprove-
constituents have reached out continuously over the summer, and I believe as a licensing body, our hands were tied because we already made that approval. And we said we were going to take a look at it in future committee sessions
Mr.
based
Chair.
on requests.
As an alderman of this district, I have only had to have a conversation with one person who was complaining about Paulie's music, but yet told me he didn't hear a peep out of the drag racing at State Fair. And I live on 75th and Rogers, and I heard the PA speaker and I heard the drag racing, but I don't hear anything from Paulie's. So that was the only person I ever had a conversation with regarding anything with Paulie's, as my constituents reached out. So just want to let you know that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And I mean no disrespect, Alderman Stefanski. You were here the evening that there were public speakers that spoke at the podium about Paulie's, right?
Yes, but
Okay,
more
so there
people
was
were
more
in
than-
favor of it.
Not, that evening, no one came in
the
favor.
communications we've had more people in
Okay,
favor.
but what I'm saying is that evening.
Yeah. I don't base it
when
on
these
just that
people-
evening.
When these people addressed the council and we received the petition, those were not people who were in favor. So you
Correct.
received a petition as well as we
No, I
got
didn't receive a
copy.
position, I just received communication from people. And if you look at the petition, not everybody was from that neighborhood. That makes a difference. I look at the people who live in the neighborhood who signed the petition.
No, that was a contrary. It was Paulie's petition that had people who didn't live there. I cross-checked all the addresses
That's what I'm talking
of
about.
the residents.
I'm talking about the one that we received that people did not approve of it.
Those were all residents.
Not all of them were.
Okay, I'm not gonna debate it.
So-
That's my
Yeah,
stance on it.
The fact is that the first one we got from Paulie was really, I mean, people didn't really live in the surrounding, but there was a second one, right?
Right, no, I'm speaking of the
Yeah.
residents
The
who live
resident,
there,
okay.
not Paulie's
All right.
counter petition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paulie's counter petition had maybe 2 people that actually lived in the neighborhood. There were people from out of state that signed it, which I'm sure were business, just people who frequented the business.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I'm listening to the voices of the constituents in that area. And we're not gonna compare this to businesses, but it has been brought up in past. Why does one business get to do it and not the other business? Paulie, you've run a summer concert series, and we supported that. We've given the bars and restaurants as much support, I think, that we can as a city and a council to bend over backwards, but we also have to listen to others and how it's impacting their well-being and their quality of life. So that's my position on it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Alderman Road.
I happen to agree with Alderman Stefanski for once. I probably live almost the furthest than anybody from there, and I can hear the drag races, and I can hear State Fair, but your tent is facing north, so I don't hear it at all. So that's all I got to say.
But let's be realistic. We talk about the State Fair races, that's once in a while. I mean, it happens once a year maybe, or
No, they were doing the drag racing once a week.
Once a week, yeah.
Yeah.
So the question it is, he has a couple more weekends, but I say 2, 4, 6, you know, to really end the wintry outdoor music, you know. So, I mean, again, to me, at this point, he has done that already, you know. I mean, he's been operating, you know. Again, it's a lot, but again, it's up to the committee, you know, what you determine to follow. So we need an emotion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I tend to agree with Alderman Grisham. The committee has been more than kind to our businesses during this particular COVID problem, you might say. Three events for 3 separate weekends is to me overwhelming, because we've had numerous complaints about Paulie's and the noise and the other things that have been very negative regarding his pub.
What?
What is that?
I like to encourage businesses. I really like to encourage businesses. But along with the petition, I just don't think it's fair to the neighborhood that we approve this. I can see maybe one day on each weekend, but there's too many days involved in this.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
If I may ask the applicant, is this it then?
Well,
Yes or no?
I wanted to speak. The last weekend was Harvest Fest.
well, address this to the chair first.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. The last weekend is Harvest Fest, which we didn't care, we don't even care about, okay? When, this was another where the itemized list was changed, so we worked with the city to change that. So we put it as a blanket. The weekend before is Summerfest, so we don't worry about the Saturday. We just would like the 20th and this Friday, that's it. And to address the neighbors, I understand that, they can move out once a week. The major one is that one. I have never complained about 2 or 3 ambulances every single week, coroners impacting my business. You can take it as a public record. There's been coroners when I have fish fry next door at that apartment complex. I have never complained about that once. How they read the license, the police calls are 2009, apartment 1, through apartment 12. They don't add them together. 2011 through 10 on the boarding houses. I understand there was one woman that called on Monday night at 8:15 because her kids were going to bed because it just started school. So we shut the music down completely. We gave up Tuesdays completely. We've sent about 7 of them inside due to heat, due to weather and everything like that, and bands that we thought were maybe a little loud. So this is all I want. I don't even know if I'm gonna do it next year or even approach it, because it's detrimental to my business and my health to have to do this and pray and beg people to stand by my business when we have way more people that come through ours and we don't have the problems that other people do. I just talked to the chief of police. We have not had calls. He has not had calls. So I don't know where all these people are coming from that all of a sudden want to complain about stuff. I know one of them was my chef's ex-girlfriend that's pissed at my chef. So I'm just telling you. So the only 2 days.
May I address a person who made a statement up here? I just want a little bit more, you said, and all the other problems that we've had at our bar, what does that mean?
Well, basically, from what I understand, with the tenting,
Yeah.
the parking is a problem. The parking is a problem, very
we had-
definitely, because the tents have taken over the parking
It was
area.
4 spots that it took. We have 60 lot spots in our lot.
So
Got a lot of residents.
so let's stop right there. I think we continue to have our meeting as the committee members here. So I don't think we want to link. Go ahead, Alderman Road.
So what dates are you at? You're changing a mid,
Right, well, we put them all on there because it was a new form again. So we went through with the city. So basically this Friday night and the 19th.
which is what, the 9th?
The 9th and the 19th, which is the Sunday. There's no Packer game, there's a Monday night Packer game. So that's why we thought we could do a season ending where it's decent weather and do that.
So we can eliminate the other 4 dates,
Yep,
and you just want
The 9th.
September 9th and 19th.
yes, whatever the Friday is.
Just,
10th, September 10th, sorry.
What's the other one?
September 10th and September 19th.
That's a Sunday.
Yeah. And
So-
those are, we pulled back our hours. We've always done 3 to 7 instead of till 10, 4 to 8 on Saturdays. So we've always held the decibel level. You should have a report from the health department that came out that said we are abiding by everything to make sure that
Yep.
everything's clear and doing that.
so
and-
my question, you're looking for 4 days, right?
No,
2.
2 days, so
the 10th and the 19th.
the 19, right?
Yep.
Okay. So on your motion,
What's the motion?
The motion
motion
was
to approve
deny,
the 19,
no.
18, 19.
No,
change it to the
Actually,
10th.
I had already made a motion.
Oh, you
To
did?
deny,
To
To
the-
deny.
yes.
Okay.
So we would need a second to move that motion forward.
I'll second it.
And now we would need a vote.
Okay, all in favor of denial of the events to be held by Polly?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
No. So
Okay.
3 to 2, so it failed.
So that failed.
Okay.
For the discussion motions at this point.
So then we need a motion to approve
The 10th and the 19th, correct?
That would be the amendment.
Yeah.
amendment.
We approved the amendment first,
Yes.
and then item 62. Okay,
The
so
motion
on
to approve the amendment.
second
Okay.
of the 10th and the 19th.
Okay. All in.
Rebecca, do you have that clarification? Because it wasn't said, really.
What do you mean was not saying?
It's just not clarified, so.
Oh, yeah. What?
Amendment was to approve or to apply for September 10th and September 19th
Yes.
only, and not the other days.
Right, he eliminated those 4 others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
So there's a second.
It was seconded,
All in
yes.
favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
3 to 2. Aye.
Okay.
So the motion passed.
Now you have to pass,
So now we have to pass.
you have to
Number
vote
6.
on the,
Yeah, now we
Okay,
have,
so now make a motion to approve item 62.
Second,
all in favor of the motion?
As amended?
as amended.
As amended, okay.
Alderman Road?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No.
No.
3 to 2. Motion passed. Anything else?
are you gonna do item 14 or
Oh.
not?
Yeah, so it was it
Yeah.
14 that was referred?
Yes, and that is the G-spot. So you'd have to speak more about, so we can
Yeah.
have discussion.
Right.
Yeah.
In,
So now we can have among the committee members further discussions in regard the new applicant for the location on Beloit Road on
And
70.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really appreciated the fact that our community came out to speak against their concerns about a bar being located in that location because of the bad relations they had with another establishment that had nothing to do with the 2 applicants that are sitting before us. We have to remember that when we're hearing these people's cries for peace and quiet in their neighborhood. I believe that Melissa and her husband came forward and really explained what they had intended on doing with this business. They have a lot riding on this. It's not as though they're coming in and leasing the property. They're looking to actually purchase the property, become homeowners in West Dallas, be a part of that community and the group of neighbors that they met in an unfortunate set of circumstances. I think they're being punished for the sins of the previous establishment. I don't think it's reasonable that they are without given a fair opportunity. I think that they have an opportunity to do what Alderman Road had suggested and look at a site plan possibly or work with, development and say, okay, what can we do to mitigate these concerns that were now suddenly brought to our attention? So as much as these residents are feeling like they're being bombarded, I'm sure they're feeling bombarded because here they just thought, hey, I'm doing a great thing. I'm bringing business to a property that's been vacant for almost 3 years. I can't reiterate any further of my support for them besides the fact that I really think that they're being stereotyped, that this business is just going to be a bad business because it's a bar. And that doesn't necessarily ring true to businesses. If that was the case, we'd close down. We would have never let Cheese and Sausage Factory come in. We would have never let a lot of these.
We should close every bar, right?
We'd close every bar in the city.
Right.
You know, so I really would like the committee to consider this without making it more difficult on these potential owners, because you know as I do, if you're owning a home, you have to do the sale, you have to do the sale of the property. They don't have all this time. They really want to move on this, and I think it's not fair to make them sit around and say, okay, well now do this and do that and go door to door. You know, you already see the response that the neighbors have. Going to door isn't going to change that. I believe Melissa said it very effectively, coming to the council saying, you know what? What's going to change it is action. Me going in there, my husband going in there, making the changes that are necessary, developing the relationships that are necessary. And if that alley is really the biggest problem,
And that's the thing too, that alley is private property, so they should not be in the alley, their kids should
Right.
not be in the alley, the bikes should not be in the alley, they shouldn't be coming in and out of the alley. And when they're saying it's one way and it doesn't matter, like, that's my property, and to close it off, we would have to build a garage, so closing off that alley would now limit my access to a garage for the house that I would live in next door.
right, and if I may, you know, this was going to be more for discussion for the committee members, but that's something that you can work out. And I think something that potentially you'd be willing to work out.
I was looking at the building the other day, and I was parked in that lot, and the neighbors would drive right through.
Right, well,
So,
and like I
mean,
said.
the neighbors that probably could have complained against me, but guess what? They drove right by me, right from that alley, right through the property.
So I mean,
That- if I
it's-
bought it, you know?
So we can't even make any kind of decision, we can't make any kind of plan. We can't make it because unless we are purchasing this building, it's moot point. Like-
Well, and I appreciate, I'm going to keep it just to the committee.
I'm sorry, but
Everybody else talk.
My apologies as well. But I just wanted to advocate in your behalf. I do feel strongly that I think you will make a good go of this. And it is up to my other colleagues to make that decision as well. So
Mr. Chair?
I'm speaking my piece.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Alderman Rowe.
and I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. Last Monday, you were saying, we'll close the alley, we'll make it one-way. You were.
Say that.
We have it on tape.
I said I wouldn't make any promises about putting concrete blocks.
No, you said you do whatever it takes to get the license. And now you're changing again.
That's not true.
Okay.
It's on.
And I'm waiting for the site landscape and screening review and the engineering report. And as I said last Monday, there's some precedent here because we denied a liquor store in the, I'm guessing it's at 2200 block. It's right next to the 1 Hour Martinizing on Highway 100 in Lincoln. And they're going to go in the old Marinello's building where they cut hair, and they were going to put a liquor store in there. We denied it specifically because the only way in was Highway 100, and the only way out was an alley. Same thing you folks have, or want to have.
But it's been like this for 30-something years.
So was the liquor store. So was the liquor store. So we will wait for the report from the
The chair. who-
landscape and screening and the engineering report, and anything else that anybody can come up with.
Yeah. Yeah, let's continue to talk among ourselves, if you don't mind.
Pardon me?
Let's talk about ourselves, the issue. Let's talk about ourselves.
I thought I was.
Well, that's because,
I believe.
Yeah.
Chair
Oh, that way,
Vitale is
okay, you don't want
very
to, you don't want,
important
okay,
that the discussion is
I got you.
among committee
This is a
members
working
and
session,
that we
gotcha.
are not engaging the
gotcha.
applicants.
first of all, I hear about the alley, but the alley, first of all, have to be approved by Public Works if you need to be blocked. Is that a public alley, right?
It is a public alley, yes.
But they can just go ahead and put a concrete barrier to.
They could, but you just heard them, they don't want to now. They want to put it,
No, Mr. Chair, I want to kind of go back to Alderman Rope. Maybe you're confused. What Melissa did say at the meeting was she was not going to possibly put concrete pylons into that they'd have to look at it. A lot of these things that were just presented to them at that time, they didn't know about, were actual issues. So I think that's what she said, and I'm going to hold it true to the fact that she said, I'm not going to make any promises because they don't know what those issues were quite yet. So I just wanted to clarify that. She didn't say anything about not being willing to put concrete barriers. She just said, I don't know that we'd be putting pylons into the ground.
What we're talking about right now about the, any concrete barriers is not for the license and health, really. That's a public, city West Allis public alley. So I have to go through Public Works to approve it, to block the alley for any entryway or exiting the alley, really. It's not, this portion is not really our job, really. That's Public Works.
It is, because why don't we wait for the engineering review
Yeah,
and the
that's
site
fine.
landscaping? Because any blockage of that alley would be on their property.
They're probably on both sides, yeah.
Or maybe there's some city right-of-way there, and
It is a city
we,
right away.
well, how far in? How far off the concrete? And maybe we could help them by putting barriers up there.
Yeah, that's.
So let's wait for the, let's hold this and wait for the site landscape review and the engineering report.
The other thing I noticed is, and I had a feeling this was going to happen, people were not going to like the name. Now, granted, it's freedom of speech. They can have whatever name they want. But I had a feeling that there was going to be residents who were not going to like the name of that bar. And honestly, I understand where you guys were coming from with the name of it, but I just knew that it was going to be a problem.
Mr. Chair,
Alderman Reinke.
how many of us have viewed this property? Have we all viewed the property?
I drove there a lot.
The property consists of the building with the tavern, also the empty lot, and the home. We're discussing the license of the bar. I think originally that was not a bar. I think it was a duplex, and they made, because it has an upper level where people are residing, are living, and down below, it was made into a bar. There's no record, basically, of the building permit that I could locate. It was built in, I guess, 1941, so there's no building permit that was given. But there's other duplexes in the area that I've noticed that are similar, and I'm thinking it probably was built as a duplex, and then probably the bottom was remodeled into the tavern. But that's neither here nor there. But I think it was converted into a tavern, basically because the kitchen, as I understand, is a regular home kitchen, not a tavern kitchen. So anyway, my feeling is that there's other uses for this property. It doesn't have to be a bar. It could be converted into a duplex again. It could be converted into a beauty shop or a barber shop, or used as a professional building for a lawyer or a clerk or anyone of that capacity. It doesn't have to be a bar. And the neighbors 52 neighbors have indicated that they don't want a tavern. Previous to this, the license committee took away their license because there were so many problems. You're right, as far as looking past, there were drugs, there were fights, unbelievable what all was taking place. Shootings even, and a lot of noise. I mean, it wasn't well run by the last person who leased the building. The property, as I indicated to you, includes that house. Did you take a look at the house? These people want to move probably from a lovely house in Menominee Falls to this house that should be a tear down. It's blighted. It hasn't been, the owner has not taken good care of the house. It's terribly looking. It's blighted for the whole neighborhood. It's a shame that we have something like that in that block.
They're painting and putting in new windows.
I am talking.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
That's why it looks like that.
I was appalled, but we're talking about the license. But my feeling is the owner itself, he didn't market it properly. He marketed it as a tavern. There's other uses that could be done to, where the neighborhood would be more acceptant of something of a lower nature, you might say lower, how do I explain it? Where there weren't so many problems, or there wouldn't be so many problems. I don't know what plans these people have for enhancing the property, but it needs help. It really needs help. Like I say, the house is a tear down. That was from, the people that live there have been there since 1936. But I can't see that these people want to live in a house like that. And the property could be utilized a different way than a tavern where the people are so against it.
It could be turned into a duplex just as well, up or down.
It could be very definitely. If you looked in the area, there's a couple of duplexes on 76th Street.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
First of all, are you finished, Alderwoman Ranky, you're finished?
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not our job to be real estate agents. I mean, honestly, if this applicant wants to purchase the home, whether it's contingent on the sale of the bar, the business, otherwise, what they want to invest, if anything, I'm encouraged to say, wow, you want to buy a house that might be blighted and fix it up? That's great, because you'll be better value. We have to look at the bottom line there. Be better value, better addition to the community. I stated my case on this, and I respect the 52 people who signed the petition. I respect the applicants for wanting to come in and make a go of this business. I think it's difficult that, it's hard for me to make it so difficult when you see a business that has had success, who has turned things around in a previous establishment that wasn't a great reputation either, and they're offering and looking to put their name and their money and their home on the line to make a go of it at another business in West Dallas, and we're giving them a really hard time. That is discerning to me. I think we should find a way to work with applicants and not just, give a blanket no based on the conduct of a previous business. I certainly would not have appreciated that going into my salon and hearing someone say, well, the previous barber was a slob, they never picked up their garbage, they did this, there was hair everywhere, and that they dictated that I couldn't be there. And I should have a right as kind of free market to say, okay, I could own a business, I can turn this around, and it's my investment.
I felt many ways that way the last license and health meeting that we had. But, the fact it is that when we have the locations that it seems to me that the neighbors, they signed, 52 people signed a petition, to more or less now wanting our town, because really, and I agree with all the person, Reinke, years ago, probably was a duplex. that was utilized. So back then, I don't know how they did it, they converted that to a tavern, you know? I mean, the little unit, that's a tavern, you know, was a tavern for quite a while, you know, which to me, I mean, the way it sits, you know, and like we talked with all the person, Russell Rank, that says, I'm gonna go check it out. I know that I was familiar with that, but I went there physically. I said, how in the world a tavern just need to be here, really, in a residential neighborhood? You got a clinic right on the corner there. It was an optical clinic, you know, and I mean, and to me that location, you know, the more I'm thinking about, it doesn't really fit there. You know, it's not a location for the taverns, really. And I feel like I say, initially I was in support for, but the more I've been going through with this, and then again, we are in a democratic process. We got 52 neighbors there. I mean, normally, I mean, we don't get that many signatures for something like that, but this is a lot. This is a lot. 52 people really come around opposing it. You know, to me, that's something normally happens when you got a bigger business coming in, you know, a big project, you know, that we get so many signatures, whether to approve it or not, or be in favor or not, you know. So that's what I feel. You know, maybe it's time that we, in this case, the location, you know, the alderman had a lot of problems years ago, and now, sure, we got a new applicant. Maybe the new applicant is going to be straighten things out. They're going to have a good environment. They're going to have a good patrons, you know. But the bottom line is, the location doesn't fit to be a tavern, really. The more I've been thinking about it, really, in all fairness, I feel that way now. And I respect Alderman Person Christian, you know, her statements, as she says, fine, I mean, it's new people, they buy the house next door. But I'm surprised we didn't have building inspection actually go check that property already, you know, for being
Mr.
blind.
Chairman?
Yes.
We have a representative from building inspection there right now, and
That's what I'm saying.
is there a
you know?
summons and complaint on that, or where are you at?
It's in court, correct?
It's in court.
That's in court. See, that's what the more thing I've been find out for, you know, that's what it really changed my mind, really. You know, the property has been the owner that owns that property. Well, he's been disregarding the fact that building inspection went through there, and he looks the other way.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, all these points, and I just have to give, so we're saying, okay, let's keep the business that's not occupied right now with an owner who technically is not doing what he should do to improve the properties. And we're gonna say no to the people who are going to sell their nice home in Menominee Falls and come buy these properties to try to make a go of a legitimate business, improve the property. We would rather see us take it on the chin for the city and have a raise order and, what, condemn it? Because the 52 neighbors are basing their concerns on a previous business and basically stereotyping another business that it's going to have the same problems when we're having a commitment from applicants who truly want to make a difference. So, I mean, that wasn't a question, it's a statement. I'm seeing a business that wants to come in, but we're looking at, oh, well, I wouldn't want to buy that house because it doesn't look nice and it's falling apart and it should be raised. I mean, I think you guys are getting my point here. I would rather see this be a viable
I've been around a
business.
long time. I've been seeing a lot of people come around. They look straightforward. They're really honest about it, you know. And then things in time they changes, you know, because that's where it is. Sometimes the type of a business, I don't care the person that present themselves. That's fine, and I appreciate that. But the bottom line is, things in time from many people they've been coming from the License and Health Committee. Years ago, I was in License and Health Committee, and still, after a while, things turn sour because of the things that happens. The type of a clientele, even they try to keep the bad apples out of there, but still, that things happens. And what happened in some areas, that's more fit to have an establishment such as a tavern. But maybe some areas doesn't really fit to have a tavern in a heavily residential neighborhood. Really, you know, like all the person Rangi says, years ago was built as a duplex. was people living in.
Chairman
You know,
Vidali, we live in Wisconsin. There is a bar in every residential
Well, but that's
corner.
besides the point. The residential corner, I mean, but the point is that the areas, you know, sometimes it makes a difference where the location is.
I agree with you,
Yeah,
but I
the
gave my
location.
points,
Yeah.
and that's my stance.
Yeah, so I mean,
I
so
would vote
the
in
question
favor.
is, I don't think we can discuss this any further, really.
No, but we have to wait now for a site landscape
Yeah,
and screening
so I think
report
we're done tonight.
and an
really.
engineering
I think
review.
we
So we're
should
going to
move
hold,
on And not really,
right? Yeah.
So,
we can just hold it.
No action right now.
Gail, what action do
action.
we take now?
The committee could either just simply take no action, which would effectively keep it on the agenda for the following as a previous matter, or if you want to make a motion to postpone to the 21st or another particular date, that's fine as well, however the committee would like to proceed, if that's the idea. So, if you just do nothing, it will appear on the next agenda on the 21st as an old matter, or a previous matter.
Okay.
I think
wanna-
that would
if you
be a
wanna take
benefit
a-
to go to the 21st.
Well, what do you think?
Well,
What
I-
is your opinion, Alderperson?
like I said, out on the council floor, let's get a site landscape and screening review from planning, from Steve, and then an engineering report, because like I said, 3 years ago, that was in discussion with the previous, I know nobody wants to hear about the previous, but the previous, about doing the bollard tubes or some sort of jersey walls or something back there to close off that alley.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If that's the Alderman's intent, then you could move to postpone until you receive those two.
Okay, that would be my motion, to postpone until I receive the reports from these two departments.
But we don't need no, we still need an motion, right?
Yes, because it won't be scheduled until the clerk receives those reports.
Okay. So we have an emotion, but Alderperson,
I'll second it.
all in favor of the emotion?
Aye.
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 No.
4-1 have been approved to postpone it,
Motion to adjourn.
to adjourn. Okay. All in
Second.
favor of the adjournment?
We need a second.
Second.
Seconded it.
All
Oh,
in
you did,
favor?
okay, didn't hear you.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm closer to her.
Now we got advisory.
Advisor, yes.
Advisory, Alderman.
It's your show.
Okay. Advisory come to order. First on the agenda, let the minutes reflect that all members are present. Could you please discuss whatever out in the hallway, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Number 63, a reappointment of Mayor Devine of Hollis Potzer, Steve Hook, Don Koschek, Caroline Doty, and Marcia Lawson to the
I don't know who those
Community
people are. I
Development
move for approval
Block Grant
anyway.
Committee.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next, we have number 64, the appointment of Katie Kruger as the District 2 representative to the Community Development Block Grant Committee.
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
It's in your
Discussion?
district.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have a
Good evening. We will call the Common Council back to order. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Here.
Vitale.
Here.
Weigel.
Here.
Grisham.
Here.
Haas.
Here.
Keen.
Here.
Lysick.
Here.
Ranky.
Here.
Rote.
Here.
Stefanski.
Here.
10 present.
We have a quorum, and we will begin with the Administration and Finance Committee, which is chaired by the Honorable Alderman Haas, and I will ask the clerk to read out that report.
The Administration and Finance Committee recommended adoption of items 41 through 43 and held items 44, 45, and 46.
Mayor Devine, I move for approval of the committee report.
Thank you. Any discussion on the A&F Committee report? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion carries. And just so the rest of you chair people know, I'm not going to call you all honorable, but that doesn't mean I don't think you're honorable.
Thank you, Mayor. It's okay. That's fine.
Next up is the
But I
Public
am.
Works Committee, chaired by Alderman Rote.
Honorable Mayor Devine. Honorable Mayor
I will ask the clerk to read out that report.
The Public Works Committee recommended adoption of items 47 to 50 and approving and placing on file item 51.
I move in accordance of the committee report, Mayor Devine.
It's a very honorable motion, Alderman Rote. Any discussion on the Public Works Committee? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion carries. Next up, we have the Safety and Development Committee, chaired by Alderman Lysick. I will ask the clerk to read out that report.
The Safety and Development Committee recommended passage of items 52 and 53, approval of items 54, 55, denial of item 56. Item 57 was held to refer to engineering, and then item 58 was recommended passage.
Mayor Devine, I move for approval of the committee report.
But yeah, Mr. Chair, Mayor Devine, yeah, we have to take separate action on,
We'll get there.
okay, I'll let you guys do it. I'll shut up. Thank you.
The honorable.
Always
The Honorable
lawyering.
Haas has spoken.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the committee report?
Mayor Devine.
Alderman Weigel.
I would ask that item number 56 be held for reconsideration on the next meeting on September 21st.
Second.
Okay, do we want to vote on that after we vote on the motion of the rest of it? No? Now? I'm getting a now from the attorney, so we'll vote on that now. Okay, all in favor of referring that back to committee, I believe it was?
Holding it.
Holding.
Holding it?
Holding. Holding.
Okay, thank you, sorry. I was getting my motions and your motion and my direction mixed up. Now he's standing up, I'm in trouble.
Just to clarify for the record, the motion to postpone until the September 21st meeting would put it on the council agenda for the 21st.
Yes.
Is that the intent?
That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
It was the English translation got me.
So that's the motion in the second.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Now on the balance. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen. Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion carries. Next up, we have the License and Health Committee, chaired by Alderman Vitale. I will ask the clerk to read out those 4 items.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask,
Let her, we got to present them first and then.
okay, I was gonna,
It's for another one.
Oh,
there's another one, that's why.
oh, I'm sorry.
Um,
Go
I
ahead.
can-
Yeah, the Kimberly license application for the bartender license, I'd like to get it back to the committee for the next scheduled meetings.
Reconsider it.
Which item is that?
Item 15.
15?
15.
It's a motion to
That's a motion to
reconsider.
reconsider.
Okay. Oh, for Ms. Winkleman?
And refer back to committee.
Yeah, she could not showing up for reasons, so she got a good record. So,
Okay.
okay?
So,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I'll take that as a motion to reconsider and refer to the License and Health Committee for the
Yes.
21st. If anyone would like to split.
Second.
If anyone would like to split those motions, that is an option, but they're taken as a single motion for now.
All right.
Okay. Is there any desire to split those, or should we take them as a lump? Okay, we'll take them together, hearing no other suggestions.
Oh, what is 15?
Did you get to read out the report yet? Sorry.
No, I didn't read
Okay, I
that
didn't
out
think so.
report.
Okay,
Did you?
go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks.
License and Health Committee recommended passage of item 59, adoption of item 60, approval of item 61, but amended to have a decibel level of under 100 feet from the point of music. And then approval of item 62 as amended for only September 10th and September 19th events.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval based on the recommendations from the license and committee members
And then in addition to the
to the
referral back to committee, 15. I
If the
believe.
council would like to take all those at once with one vote, that's fine, but again, if anyone wants to vote separately, you have that right, just so everyone's aware.
we're okay then, eh?
Does anybody want them separate yet?
Mayor Devine, I would like to separate the consideration for Polly's and also the referral for G-Spot. I'm sorry, I closed my phone.
14.
14 and 62, yes.
What do you want to do with 14?
14 isn't here.
Separate the vote.
That's not in front of us.
No, 14's not in front of us.
Which one is this?
She's asking about item 14.
So we didn't.
Right.
So right now, if you wanted a separate board, you have 62.
Okay, 62, please.
Okay. So then on items 59, 60, 61, and the reconsideration and sent back to committee of item 15, any discussion? No discussion, I will ask the clerk to call a roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen. Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote. Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, the motion carries. Now we have item 62. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
No.
Haas.
No.
Keen. Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
No.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
7 in favor, 3 opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, that concludes License and Health. And now we will go to advisory. And I will ask the clerk to read out that report.
The advisory committee recommended approval of items 63 and 64.
Mayor Devine, I move approval of the committee report.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen. Lysick.
Aye.
Ranky.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion carries.
Mayor Devine.
I'm sorry.
Alderperson
So what
Keen?
happened with 14?
It's in committee.
That was,
Okay, it was sent back to committee.
Yeah.
yes.
Committee held it.
And then, one other quick thing, and
Sure.
probably going out of order here. So 57, for safety and development, we had held it to send to engineering. I don't think Suzette was aware of what one that was.
Right, Mayor Devine, if I may. Pete actually presented that as a change So engineering is the one that presented it per my request. And it was going to be 100 feet of no parking from the corner because DPW as well as other vehicles cannot get through onto the street safely onto 92nd. So it would be just the north side of the property. And there is no, the residence that is there has a garage and access to it there. So it would be just that one side preventing parking. So just wanted to offer that clarification. I didn't know that there was questions, and Pete's not here to answer
Yeah,
them.
Pete was, yeah, there was no one from engineering down in the meeting tonight, so we held it.
Okay.
And we can act on it.
Vote on it, or do we still, since there was a motion to, since it was held, does it have to be held?
Someone can make a motion to vote on it, absolutely.
To reconsider.
It's not a reconsideration even, we just held it. Someone say, wants to move to bring it out of committee and vote on it on the floor.
I'll ask for some guidance from the attorney on what the proper motion would be.
So a motion to discharge the committee in regard to that item would bring that item immediately before the council tonight right now for a vote.
Okay.
You have to get a majority vote to discharge the committee on that item.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to discharge from committee,
Second.
It'd be just number 57.
just number 57.
A vote in favor would bring that item before the council for another vote. And a vote of no would just leave it at committee.
Okay. All in favor of discharging from committee?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, the item is in front of us.
I would make a motion to approve item 57.
Second.
There's a motion with a second by Alderman Weigel. Any discussion? It is an ordinance, so I'll ask for a roll call.
Alderperson Tenorio.
Aye.
Vitale.
Aye.
Weigel.
Aye.
Grisham.
Aye.
Haas.
Aye.
Keen.
Aye.
Lysick.
Aye.
Reinke.
Aye.
Rote.
Aye.
Stefanski.
Aye.
10 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion carries.
Mayor Devine,
Now, Alderman Lysick.
I move that we adjourn until our next regularly scheduled meeting, Tuesday, September 21st at 7 PM.
Second.
Motion,
Oh, my
a second,
goodness,
all
you
in
got
favor?
So many guys so
Aye.
enthused
Opposed?
about saying
We are
second.
adjourned.
Hey.
Ugh.